don't remember if I actually got to the boss yet or not. I think I still had either a side passage, because I know I remember that this last layer had a courtyard in it, and since I don't remember going in the courtyard, I think I was preoccupied with the side passage. It wouldn't kill me to review previous recordings. I mean, I have them there, so might as well use them, yeah, but I'm not smart enough for that. It also wouldn't kill me to, like, use some paper and pencil and, like, leave myself notes. Yeah, I remember him. Alright, so I didn't die to the first thing I encountered after taking a break for a while again. That's, progress. Yeah, so that actually needs to be yellow, not blue. Got it. So when I picked up my controller to start playing Bloodborne, I actually had this like short circuit moment where I had to stop, look down, and check where my fingers were on the controller because Asserted Striker Gunvolt has fucked my head so hard with the inverted accept and deny buttons. So like I had to move my thumb down off the circle onto the X to actually accept anything in the menus. Good, that's enough. Simply stop to make bullets in front of you. Hope so they can shoot so that I can backstab you. Now I have reroll. So I think, from what I'm remembering, there was a side passage over here. Oh, it was full of swamp. And then I found the loot room on the far side. I think it had a mad one in it. I think I died repeatedly to either getting there or getting through it. I think I successfully cleared it. There's a fireball thrower around here that I did plunge onto using the elevator's far side. I do love having this accurate memory sometimes, even though most of the time it just ruins the ability to rewatch movies and shows. Oh, I just barely got it. Nothing has reach. Narrow as hell, prone to missing, but it's got reach. Actually, no. Put that back up there. In the event that I die having streamlined access. Good. That's not... Hello. Achilles insulin shot. I timed that well, don't I? It's like the upteenth time that I've had that go off during a recording. I don't like how they lift the sliver of health. Didn't mean to jump that, but that's fine. Okay, so I just immediately remembered that I need to go up because there's a terror dog down there. Okay, go down, that's fine. Sit here like I'm gonna find my way back. Get wrecked, dog. Ah, that's right. Well, until he starts using his mind, then it's not so good for anything. Stupid dog. Body drop anything? Where did his body go? I could have sworn it flew over here. Ah, there it is. No, there's nothing on his corpse. And this is bridge zone. Cross in order to get where I'm going. Oh, actually, there was a watch room and I think a chest. And I'm pretty sure I successfully completed this. need those. Get back here, go up. Just kind of flailing around, figuring out where everything was that I did and didn't do. I remember that you are up there and you throw firebombs. But you haven't. Yeah, you unfortunately positioned in such a way that you blast the ground. And even though he was throwing Molotovs, not going to complain. What was the story of this room? Was there an item in here or something? Oh no, it just immediately cornered and pivoted it. Okay. I think this was... No, okay, I thought maybe it immediately dead-ended into loot. Hello. Okay, so I am not remembering any of this at the moment. Oh, you I remember and also don't feel like dealing with. Bye. Already got whatever was behind you, so it's fine. Let me go back and check the chest behind the fat man. Because I remember I needed to clear out a bunch of mooks around him. That throws me off every time I come across it. Yeah, I used the Molotovs, and then I sent him to planet Pluto, which isn't even a planet anymore, apparently. It's just a floating rock. That's what you get when it's so far away that you can barely say anything about it. Anyway. That... Okay, no, that's a mook in there. I was about to say, that Snatcher seriously follows me all this way. Like, even if his aggro didn't break, they don't start running until you piss them off, so I would be very surprised. Get on the ground. 5-minute reminders. Going off until I go ahead and shut it. I think I've looped back around somehow. There is a ladder in here somewhere. There it is. So I got the main loot and the side loot, so I think I'm clear to leave this side passage. Not that I remember where that is at the moment. It's just through the room, isn't it? Yep. I end up walking into the watcher at this point. Okay, so I got whatever it was in the side passage, so I can leave it alone. I guess I just need to explore the courtyard now. Ah, the giant pit full of giants is probably in the Layer 3 side passage. Back there. Oh, there's like an enemy at the top of these stairs, so they always make me paranoid. Color me confused. I guess I'm going to have to check previous footage because I just genuinely cannot remember what I was doing before and what I needed to do next. Well, I suppose I might as well go fix things and buy blood vials. Well, I do that. Do that with more or less one hand. I need like 200,000 or something to level up at this point, so I'm not going to bother talking. Everything I wanted to fortify. I mean, I have the rock. Yeah. That's just the one I used to hold my healing. There's not many of them left that can benefit from any kind of upgrade. That aren't like these. I don't have that many gems. Rifle spear cheese doesn't sound terrible these days. I mean, it has been my go-to weapon for forever and a half. I could stand an upgrade on it. Well, it'll bring it up to a B scaling arcane. I think Kane still beats it out with A. But, make my buffing on it stronger, which is very relevant, since that's the job of the Raider Wash, is to just rapid slap an enemy with a buff on it. Yeah, maybe when I've got more chunks, I'll make better decisions about that. No, I don't think... Didn't I find, like... No, yeah, they're garbage. Okay. I was about to say, like, I got better percentages, but those percentages are being horrendously nerfed by attack percent stats. Garbage. Nourishing. That's the universal up. Remember that I have those. Temporariness. Yeah, I got a couple of gems in this new root chalice that's not cursed that are straight upgrades for no penalties. And they're slightly better than the 20.3s I've been cleaning up. Stamina, stamina, stamina. Beast stamina. Stamina. Hiya. Beast down, beast down. Oh, break for your generation, that's not nice. So I can squeeze a bit of damage into you with that gem. Should I not? Is there anything else that we can have already? Yeah, I've got cursed gems in my primary weapons for the most part. Really? Why is there an 18 in this? I seriously had nothing better than that? Oh, well, it might have been the avoiding... Well, no, this is a 200 durability weapon, even with one durability curse in it. Shouldn't be that badly affected, I wouldn't think. Plus, I don't use it often anyway. Which is probably the reason why it doesn't have particularly amazing gems in it. Again, I don't worry about that. Yeah, but the keynote was that I wanted to squeeze some more damage into this one, but I don't think I can. It's about as good as it's gonna get. Nope, shit. That's me and the inverted controls messing with my head. I think that's the one that was in it. Okay. It's like I had to stop, look at the controller, and then push the button. I was gonna screw it up again. Fixed everything, so I just need to go and get the counter shot.
Yeah, what? You hungry? No.
that reminds me, I don't have the headphones in on the controller. I was just about to move it back, but I never moved it forward in the first place, so matter. Open that up. Just gonna hop skip through real quick. Layer 2 side passage. 3 side passage. Layer 3. Mid layer 3 side pass. Complete. Okay. Cool. I left myself a note kind of like that, so I just actually need to clear layer 3 now. God, the chapter system on YouTube is really handy for a number of things besides just viewer use. That's damn it, shit. Why? Why, Gunvolt? Why did you design your game with inverted accept deny controls? That is gonna fuck with my head for the rest of my next year. You would think the habit of some 20 plus years of gaming would overrule that, but no, just a couple of weeks of yes, I have successfully given the capture. I don't need that one. All it takes is a week or two of something different. I'm just stuck in limbo. This isn't even the right chalice, I don't think. Well, it might be the right chalice, but the wrong layer. Definitely the wrong layer. Yeah, I've only made one, not fixed Ihyll chalice, so it must be right. I'm going to put my finger on the cancel button this time. First layer. And then you are Lord Lauren. And then this must be, okay, yeah, this is the one I need. Now I just gotta push the right button. Alright, so now I just have to assault that courtyard. So I'm going to run a circle around the top floor to make sure I get rid of any of the skinny watchers that have projectiles they'll throw at me. In the process, I'll scope out if there's anything I can't snipe from up there. I think not, though. I think there was one enemy who was on the outskirts of the center raised platform in the courtyard in the previous chalice that I was able to shoot. I don't think anybody else on the center of the platform. Well, no, spiders normally come in crowded hordes, so that knowledge is generally useless, which is why I don't really have any reference point for it. Still overflowing with quicksilver bullets. There's at least one projectile thrower up here that I want to make sure I take care of. After that, scope this out. Bell ringer. Platform. Can I get down to that platform from here? No. Won't let me. I gotta go through the manual way. I'm worried about whatever that bell ringer's gonna summon. Mostly because she's not summoning right now, and that worries me. Because they have more than once demonstrated utmost willingness to just have an infinite. This is the way forward. Frame the door over on the other side looks different. Get over here. Get rid of the bell ringer without aggroing the watcher. If I can help it. Find her though. Where'd she go? Oh god, of course she's right there. And yep. Okay, so that enemy is summoned by her? Did she summon this one or the one that I just killed? Because the one that I just killed actually has one of the ritual modifier buffs on him. Which is interesting because she can summon an infinite number of them. Like, I forget what modifiers do what to enemy drop tables. Like, I know that one of them just, like, increases the number of drops. And then her drop is rare. To run to the opposite side of this room every time you get down to the bottom floor. I'm going to take a gander at some drop-off points. There is some breaks here that I can use to get down there. The question is just where do I want to get down? Here, preferably, but if I go fast enough, I might be able to get away from it. I don't like this at all. This is just trouble through and through. Yeah, you guys are chasing me. Hiya! Parasites in my offhand. This is just elevator access. So if I wanted to get down here, the elevator option would obviously be the best bet. I want to get into the lower courtyard. A severely decreased likelihood of being spotted. Onto the dog, please. Well, that at least got its attention, I suppose. Priority. Oh, does he have a pet buff? That's nice. Hopefully that means I can drop good things when I kill say, it shouldn't be that hard to sneak up on him once I get rid of the bell ringer. So they really do forcing you to run all the way around the top of the platform. So since the thrower I know the location of is basically on the doorway that I need to go to get down to the raised platform, so that I can find the other projectile thrower who's on the second floor. I need to just start burning bullets. Well, apparently I just found it. That fireball going forward. Well, alrighty then, I know where he is now, I guess. That almost got me. Through the elevator shaft. Make sure my aggressive is on there. Okay. The important question is, where is the bell ringer? Rid of your pawns until she gets away from that gunner. Now that you. Drop the bullets. Get rid of him, and then we're going to sneak attack the other one. From the previous instance where I was doing something like this, I'm not going to be able to get the double tap more damage per bullet. Alright, then you are actually a melee boy. I thought you were a gunman. So I was giving you far more credit than you were worth. Alright, I took care of both projectile throwers. They're on the top floor. There is an item on the edge here that I can pick up now. Yeah. Ritual blood. That should start becoming standard expectations for me, I suppose, at this point. It's all bullets. All the glowies left on the ground at this point are just bullets. I could go ahead and sell them for echoes and convert them into blood vials on it. Wouldn't hurt to sell around 100 of them. I believe I saw rats in here. Hello, rat boys. Go in. Mind pulling out the thing. I wondered what room aggro I was holding. Oh, that one got a different weapon. Okay, I think I got rid of all the... Fucking what? Excuse me? That's bullshit. That could have killed me. Yeah, new weapons, I wasn't sure about whether I would have or yeah. But I won't miss that second time, that's for sure. Right. Level 5. Yellow backbone. Very rare material. I think the rarest form of it is like spine or something like that. Or that might be the rarest material, I don't know. Nice. Alright, now that I've fully picked up all of those, I'll just go back to business as usual. Now, there might be another enemy in here still. He was probably the lever guardian. Yeah. So there's one with the rat. We're done. Ooh, very nice. I love those. They look awesome. Like, completely irrelevant to the fact that they give you the biggest stack of stashable blood available in the game. Like, they look awesome. I love the way that all the, like, what is it, 12, 13 levels of cold blood that you can hold will scale, like, the image just progressively develops as the level of the blood gets higher and higher and higher. It's very awesome. I love it. Now, they normally will hide a crawling madness under here somewhere. At this point, I may have aggroed it and forced it to despawn, but the stuff that they're dropping at this point is, you know, irrelevant. I haven't ever actually gotten upgrade materials out of them here. You, fuck you. We're gonna take care of you the safe way. You bugger dodged it. Not that time, though. You might drop bubbles. Oh, you dropped a gem. Not bad. Alright, gonna wander around the outer ring here. Clear out anything that's left, just for the sake of completion. Say that I did it all. All told, this ended up being not quite so hard as the last few courtyards that I've run into. Some of them have been quite hellish in recent memory. Pickaxe boy is probably going to be unlikely to notice anything, so we'll take care of this guy first. He might have enough awareness to aggro on me if I think. Sounds like things are stopped, but he should go back to business as usual. Those goddamn slugs are 100% solid, unbreakable. Like, it's fine that they, you know, are, you know, solid and you can run into them, but you should be able to roll through them like most breakable objects. or like maybe they're roll-proof, but you can attack them to break them. I think they've had objects like that in previous From Software games. Yeah, based on this. Oh, I can grab him. Alright. I want to make sure for 100% that he was dead with a double tap, whether I can get the backstab or not. Alright. And I don't feel like walking back, and I've got plenty of these, so I'll just take this, I'll go home. I think I should have enough with 208 to level up. And it's on to the final boss of the root dungeon. Oh, God, I hate enemies with aggro in spawn areas. Although, to be fair, nothing has ever been quite so bad as the bell ringer that was spawning an infinite horde of spiders that would track you through the entire dungeon, including the fucking lantern as well. Whoop. You know, honestly, maybe I should have put that point into the skill, because there's a number of enemies that are getting away with like a sliver of health that I could stand to murk. On the last point of skill. It's fine, it's fine. Fix my shit, buy some blood vials, and then we'll see the last boss in the root dungeons. There's nothing but the picks, so that's the only thing we need to repair. Not sell, but I'd be very sad if I sold blood vials instead of buying. And I genuinely don't need those, so I will sell it from the coffin. Can I sell it from the coffin? Or do I have to sell it from my manual inventory? It's been a long time since I had to sell excess supplies. Store, no. You cannot retrieve, cannot sell. Okay, so maybe I can access coffin storage and sell it and come in here. Seriously? Can I only sell what I'm manually holding on? I swear there was a way to sell in bulk from the coffin before. I'm just being dumb. Ah well. I do not have the time or patience to hold it out 20 at a time. Okay, return, display, toggle stats, show inventory, controls. No, yeah, you just can't sell it from the coffin. Okay, whatever. I dumped 20 into cash, and I'll buy some files with it. Probably just the one, that didn't hardly anything. Yep, just enough for the one, so whatever. Back into the dungeon. Okay, I gotta remember to get sprinted as soon as I get in, because he's gonna be throwing fireballs at me. I'm very interested to see what's going to be in the boss room. Because up to this point, I think whenever I've made a root chalice, because I don't know how many root chalices I've made, but I do remember at least making one for East, and East threw a raw method instead of another reality. Got the arm down here, will it be something new? Probably another Thumerian base boss. I hope that there isn't yet another back inside of this. And of course there is. Alright, so that warrants a chapter marker for future memory. And we have at 40, we'll round up to 42. Here, 3. Pre-boss, Hide Passage. I gotta have that loot. I just can't resist. I think up to this point, the side passages have been relatively short compared to my history. That's an awful sensor trap button. Oh, I can just run across the button, and it would kill the... Allows me to sprint through on a faster. I already have your number. That's a giant firing can. Oh, charming. Isn't that charming? Anyway. Nope, he can still get the. Well, I've got me some excitement. Let's have at it. We've got a puzzle to solve. So, how are we going to approach this? I could just go and burn 7 insight, and then that summoner, I don't think, the Chalice version could be different, but before the Chalice variant I encountered, yeah, that's perfect. Break it whenever it does that, so that I can make sure I don't get attack me with that melee weapon. I don't know why you aren't. I'm not going to look a gift on that. Aggro. Well, I was about to switch to two-handed and go for that blitz. But he finally figured out what to do, I guess. Don't know what was up with that. Like, I can't understand why he wasn't using his axe on me. Like, I also can't understand why he wasn't firing a shot at me while I was running up to him. Jeez. Sorry about that, cat just went right. In forever. The swiping on it will serve nicely for this. I can also still buff it. Since he is going to be fighting me, then I'm going to want to, let's see, shall I fight him with a lock on and use the pick, or will I pull out the cane? Because the cane will be a lot more friendly to an unlocked playstyle, where I can use just the left and right swipes on it. It is still higher than 496. Oh, yeah, okay, so we'll swap that out. Remember correctly. Oh no, it is a B. Okay. So I would have to actively compare the two of them at the exact same time to figure out which one has level 10 I assume that the cane is probably better. Well, I was stuck on the gravestone, so that didn't work. I had to quickly reassess my plan of action there, and I was far too slow to realize, oh, can't go right. Guess I need to go left. Too late. He's already aiming at me. Oh, you lived. That really caught me by surprise. I gotta keep in mind that there are some instances where if I run at the wrong angle or something, it might survive. Oh yeah, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. He's making an attack from that angle, but it's gotta be. Oh, he did it again. Okay. I have plenty of opportunity there to not die to that, but I was busy trying to find an angle where I could assault him or rally. Maybe I should pull out the Raider Palacia. It does have ever so slightly faster recovery than the threaded cane. That's why it has slightly lower damage to boot, I would bet. Plus, I think in the grand scheme of things, since, I believe the church pick is a weapons-based, right? That's not 100 The vast majority of enemies in the game are, if not explicitly vulnerable to thrust, then not particularly defensively resistant to it either, unless they've got universal physical resistance. So I think the Raider Palacia suffers from a slightly lower base damage to attempt to compensate for that in the base games. So that it levels out into being roughly even. The meta. Oh no, he kicked me. That was the one thing I couldn't get a cheeky attack in. Maybe I need to knuckle down and really pay attention to what I'm doing here. I'm taking this far too casually after his AI bugged the first one through. I need to actually pay attention. Kill me to go home and put Blood Rock on this. It is my all-time most used weapon for the entirety of my playthrough of this game. Now granted, most of it is oriented around its ability to just absolutely throw attacks out. It's not as powerful for it. Number of problems being stacked on top of each other right here, because I don't want to have to clear out the scorpions when I drop down, because the time spent doing that, at the very minimum, is going to get me shot at by the cannon. Even worse, might attract some mad one aggro. You know, I think that the primary appeal of the Raider Velosh really goes down with stamina penalty. No, I don't have any penalties in it? Huh. Well, okay, color me surprised. I thought that was, you know, way more than the stamina. I'm pretty sure he survived that one time, because ever since then, he doesn't. Apparently the spider has... Oh, and he can blast the tombstones out of the way. I'll have to keep that in mind. Every tombstone is but a single defensive option. Consumable defenses. Pressing X, so there's that shortcut gesture menu again. Such a terrible feature. Like, it was a novel, it was a good idea. Like, they had best of intentions, but poorly did not. And I'm sure, like, with just a bit of tuning, it could have. By the cannon. I called that. I 100% called that, but science never got anywhere by assuming you already knew everything. That's the point of hypotheses and experiments. How many damage is Arcane? Probably one of the few enemies in the game that's so slow that the awkward animations on this don't actually matter at all. Got me with the very last hit in front of the break. And I do notice that these melee attacks will break the tombstones. I would have appreciated if that was actually possible, because it clears the fighting arena. If it was any other kind of giant, I would use Blood Bullet Cheese to projectile him with arcane tools or something from the top platform, but the cannon on his arm, that's not going to work. I swear to God, if there's another mad one somewhere on the opposite end of this goddamn arena. I knew it. I fucking called it. No, you don't have hyper armor. You never had hyper armor before. See, you don't have hyper armor. What was that bullshit a second ago? Bending the rules so that you can get a free kill on me? That's a crescent. Okay, that's important. Eye collectors maybe have a higher crescent drop rate? That would give good value to using whatever ritual brings them into dungeons by itself with a curse to up the power of the gem. You guys' number dialed in at this point. I'm at a catch-22 here because the bad ones are better. Oh my god, that one attack must have hyper. God damn. And of course he used it twice in a row. Not that I don't think it mattered. I was still staggered and not able to recover by the time he got the second one off. If I had been spamming the dodge button, it probably would have got it in time, but I was trying to just, you know, maneuver normally. Well. So, the emphasis is break the giant legs. The visceral is head. Maybe I can go for the blister to knock him out of balance. You know, I could just use the guy that comes out of the coffin up front in here. Probably be a bit more reliable than fireball thrower. Goes into phase 2, that will fix his AI. I think the thing that's breaking his AI is he's trying to continually back up from me so that he can fire his cannon at me at the ideal distance. Which is weird because I know that he has a point-blank shot that he can do. Although, that might be an attack he only uses when he's in phase 2. That could be. Although it still doesn't explain why his AI is breaking and he's constantly back up from it. So I'll use the trap to kill the guy in the hallway, and then I will use the one that comes out of the coffin. He's busy coming out of the coffin. God damn it. I hate that. If there's one thing I hate, it's inhibitions to my movement. Rules, conditions, enemy abilities, no problem. Environmental hazards, oh boy, that shit rustles my jimmies. The only way it could be worse if it was, oh, I don't know, an entire ring of fucking bottomless pit around a boss arena. That's a thing you can encounter in a Chalice dungeon, and it's horseshit. stand there and tank an attack in the face. Do I specifically have to break that left leg that's got the weird growths on it? Well, no, neither of the legs broke, so that's an utterly irrelevant question. If I break the his left leg, my right side, if I break that leg and he doesn't kneel over for the visceral, then I'll have my information. I probably would have done better. I just realized as I was dying. Oh, I forgot the button. Well, that happens. To be fair, if somebody summoned a fireball inside of your skull, I don't think there are anythings that can survive that. No, don't do it again. No, don't do it again. I forbid you from doing that exact same telefrag again. Well, it's not really a telefrag. Not really. But I can call it that. That's really every single time. I love that that's there. Helps cheer me up for the room to come. No! Ah! That attack is too fast for you to roll out of the way if you're already committed to an attack animation, I think. And just rub salt in the wound. I didn't even hit him. Which is the reason why I was trying to pull out the Threaded Cane and Raider Palash before. Because those have some swiping attacks, and it makes it much easier to not whiff. I'm going to have to just, lock onto them at some point. Stop doing that when I'm behind you. Okay, so he doesn't really have a delayed drop. I prefer blood vials with him, honestly, but not one that I could find under pressure. Maybe I should just assault him with the cost parasite to begin with, and then switch to the weapon and buff it when I find an opportunity, so that I've got a because I can hit him fine enough with cost parasite just using the rolling attacks. I'll try that. I saw that. I saw that little beginning of an animation. You were going to summon another fireball. Little shit. Maybe the fastest attack that it has is still the cost parasite, so there's a good bit of recovery on damn near everything it does. Sure, I got a quick step in there real quick, or I was going to probably take a fireball to the face. If I stop here for a second, make sure that if he's doing the charging attack, it will continue. You know what I could do? Still gotta watch out for one shot if I see it. Nope, he's in combat mode now. God damn it. Alright, well, I'm getting more and more solutions to all the problems as I continue. I think if I pulled out the threaded cane and used the whip form, it would really effortlessly slap that blister on his shoulder. The church pick is having some trouble with it because the church pick's attacks are 100% vertical in two-handed mode. There isn't like a slight, I need like a slight angle on it to hit that. I can't seem to hit him because I swing my first attack at it and it lands just behind him as he takes a step forward for the third swing of his combo. I don't know, I must suddenly be doing something different, but I don't know what it is. No more fireballs. We haven't had enough of you and your fireballs. About to say, I think that oh, it would be just like that. Out of stamina. I was trying to walk out of the way of the explosion when he slams the ground, but I was still in range of it. That went really well, though. As I knew that breaking the blisters on the giants does do a fat chunk of damage to him. But if I would have been if I had transformed back into one-handed mode, I probably could have gotten more damage for my stamina investment. No, don't you summon that fireball in my face. Literally in. That is satisfying every single time I do it, and it hasn't gotten. Not dogs. I can stagger them like rats. Yikes. I'm like... What's that meme? It's just a black and white fish looking at a hook. It's like, this is bait. It's like he kept using single swings back to back, and then the very second I step within range, he goes for the double. Interestingly enough, though, when I was hitting him in the head before, while trying to swing the blister, there was some juicy I'm wondering if his head is like pre-broken or something. Like, enemies can come with weak points, even without you breaking their parts. That, like, you just do more damage, because, like, number one I think of is Ihyll. You do extra damage hitting their head, even when you have broken. Direct hit. I knew it. I was just starting to switch back when I was pulling out the accursed bruise. Like, haven't I been doing this for too long? Dynamite. Maybe I should just jump down and then start shooting at them, because then I wouldn't have to worry about them getting underneath the platform. That runs the risk of me getting shanked by them or by the mad ones, but I could probably just roll off the platform towards the giant, turn around, shoot them. Try that. Try that. If I remember. I love it. Every single time. That is so fun. Good, because I'm running against the ads. Yeah, but I did it again. When he does the final swing of the combo, like, he takes a big step forward, and I must be mistiming my attack for that. Maybe I should just swing sooner or something to that effect? I don't know. Like, I'm using the two-handed pick because it has slightly more rally potential on it. I technically need 3 swings to top it off, but I could just let that last bit regenerate from my gun. Let me try that. Let me do this, because then even if I miss, it's not fast enough. And thanks to the huge hitboxing focus from you would unlock at just that moment. I don't want to get too far over to that side, or I'll pull Mad One aggro. Alright, so just roll down, use the tombstone to cover me for a moment. Pop a shot in that. Blood at me. Another shot in that. Fast spin that he's aggro on now. My attack carried me forward. I should have committed to dodge and just stayed out of range. Alright. Another run. No. I think I'll commit to using the one-handed form so that I stop whiffing and dying to the ambush! That's not fun of you. You're supposed to die to the trash. aggroed really fast this time. Oh, I see. He was attracted to my blood echoes, which interrupted his patrol patterns. So I get to deal with this now. And they're all done. No, like I know that it changes the animation, but I don't know if it messes with the iframes or not. I would presume if they're going to go to the effort of adding a new roll animation that they would also add iframes, because it certainly feels like the recovery from it is a little bit slower by like 1/4 of a second or something. I don't know. I've never actually stopped looking at it, kind of go with what it feels like. There's that weird, like, stand-up at the end. I like having my fun. If you could drop an item every time, that would be great, too. Stay out of the giant's range this time. Wait for that to get in eye shot range. Oh, a deep one. Ah, of course, that's fine. That was bait. That was bait for the giant. A nice triple whammy here. Mad ones to the right with their long aggro radius, scorpions that are invulnerable to melee damage in the middle, and then a giant providing artillery support off to the left. But it's a problem that is significantly less hard to solve than a room with, like, what was it, 2 giants and 6 spare enemies. If I can fix that problem, I can fix this one. Don't you do it. Hilarious as it was for me to summon a fireball inside... God damn that, stupid shortcuts. As hilarious as it was to have a fireball summoned inside of my cauliflower head, I don't ever want it to happen again. Thank you very much. Fun? Fun. Nope, 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 not the big one. And I knocked him out of range. Doesn't matter. Come on, get him. Nope, no good. Alright, I'm super glad that I was still locked on to that. And it doesn't matter because I got caught. I was still locked on to the dying spell, quick step for the extra range and iframes, but surviving the first blast didn't matter because the second one still caught me. I think from a standing position, if he's locked on to where you're standing and he fires a cannon explosion, if you just roll once, I think you still get caught by the explosion. You need a quick step to get out of the way. Now, granted, that's a one and done die every time you try. So I've never actually, like, tested that. It's just a vague impression I've gotten. Fun? Hey, fun. I will take my like, I would have assumed that swing missed him. Hitbox is wider than anymore. Nope, 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 nope. I wanted to... Nope, wrong way. I'm about to pull cannon aggro. Oh, missed. I'm probably about to kill mad aggro at this point. Nothing aggro? Oh, he immediately transitions to a melee attack from that? Alright, well, we're in fight mode. That's all I care about. So I'm hitting his arm there instead of his leg, so he's not going to build up. back off. He's gonna aggro. Phase 2. No. Guy? Oh my god, his death animation is staggered out. It's not fun. Shit, that's right. There's a mad one somewhere on both sides. We'll go. Get rid of this one first. Rush down the center. It's not a bad idea to just kill the bad ones. Now that I know that they have an attack that has hyper, I'm going to treat them a bit more confidently. Got that quick step attack. Great big flying jump. Hit both of them and rallied just enough HP that I survived. Now, what did you drop? Garbage. I was hoping that I could get another crescent and confirm that those enemies are prone to dropping crescents. Now, is there actually anything over there to incentivize me to actually fight that mess? Like a door, or an item, or is it just a problem that's here to compound on the giant? I'm not seeing anything, but it could be behind the tombstones as well. So I'm gonna try just picking some off from the edge. They only take 2 hits to kill, so it is possible to kill them faster than she summons them. Yeah, apparently don't aggro that hard. Would be the attack that uses hyper armor, not the one. I definitely should approach it by getting rid of the bad ones. And if she summons one, back off, take care of it, then go back in and finish her off. I wish I had something that could kill her faster. It takes a lot of swings to burn her down, but I don't think they have any particular elemental resistances or defenses. Really annoying ice. Very delayed drop on that item every time they die. Fun? Oh god, that is the exact opposite of fun. I took fun in the ass. Shoulder technical lines. Okay, so it is when he comes charging out instead of just aggroing on me regularly. There must be a certain distance in which he will do what is technically his ambushing attack, as opposed to if I'm moving fast enough, then I just end up in front of him, he aggroes on me like a normal enemy, and then he just kind of stands there or walks around. Gotta enjoy the dice that enemies roll every time they aggro on you. Pick a random action and attack. Let's go with it. Fun? Nope, no fun again. I'm having a chain of none. I mean, nothing's stopping me from just, like, walking up to the passage and using a strong attack from the church picks 2-hand to just kind of swipe him from within the passage. It's just, I would take a fair bit of finesse, because otherwise it just bounce off the wall. And it's much more fun to kill an enemy with your break out that fireball, hit the back of it. Okay, so I have been like coming to a stop before the button. Maybe if I sprint onto the button, that's what I'm doing differently. Yeah, I can't stop. I just hold the sprint button down all the way through. So that's what I was doing there. Momentum. It's all about momentum. Time. I will wait to control backwards. I'll come back in here to avoid giant aggro. Use some more bullets. And good. What you got? twice. Broken from being attacked by enemies. Whoop, missed. You can bait the trap with that. Want that attack to come out, and then, oh. He does have a recovery after the hit. It's as fast as his action every time that he hits a big jump. It is really hard to hit the blister with this. So thank you. Blister, he can follow that up. There it is. If hit phase 2, I feel the pressure on him so hard. Alright. Oh, duh, that would actually help. Maybe that's the reason why the attacks are making so many this time. My buff wore out from running from here to the other one. Says you were allowed to lose right there. Ouch! It's that hyper. Got that back. These used to be a lot more lethargic in their actions and animations than I'm remembering them being. The ones in here seem... Okay, so that's the second time I've gotten a crescent out of the eye drops, or the eye collectors. I think they must have a boosted drop rate for crescent gems. That would be a good reason to use the ritual that adds them to dungeons then. If you need crescents, you can add a curse and the ritual that adds the eye collector. You would have to then continually to generate random dungeons until you got them to spawn, because it's a random chance that eye collector. Wait, okay, so that was the overhead. Just wait. That's concerning. Now that attack actually mystified by the no, you're still alive. And we're gonna trade and die. Dang it. That is the weakness of the church. Big thrust damage is great against damn near everything, but it also tends to have really narrow hitboxes. And it wouldn't have been any better if I was in two-handed form, because I would have been spending stamina even faster and less recovery times. Still, I don't see anything over on this end of the room, so I'll clear it out this time, and then I'll skip it. I think I do need to clear the one on the other side. Make the door open. How many? No. Yeah, I can only buy blue elixirs with insight, so I'm not going to try to sneak into the room before it summons and ambush it. Because it's basically here in this hallway. Dagnabbit. I hate that stupid shortcut system. Wait, what? You dropped a crescent? I got like 3 radial gems out of you before. This time it dropped a crescent. That's weird. Do all enemies there was an opportunity to get it there if I timed it better. Oh no. Ooh, baby. That was close. A second, and I think I should do this to get rid of the scorpions now that they're hiding under the platform. Oh, they actually de-aggroed. I didn't know that. Scorpions are usually pretty aggressive. keep calling in artillery support. He's too far away. Yeah, but I'm gonna die here. Gotta love those quick steps. If not for iframes, then for distance. Yay. Okay, now as long as I can get down there without mad one aggro, this is fine. Are you stuck in backup mode? Oh, I love it when you're stuck in backup mode. So I'm not able to concentrate. Stagger my attack. Oh, he's phase 2! Shit! So busy trying to break the leg with this attack, I forgot about phase 2 coming up. I'm getting sloppy. Time for another chug of energy. Got a problem? Drug it. Ugh. Lemonade and caffeine and energy drinks do not go together. Why would you sell a flavor of lemonade blend on the drink that has caffeine mixed in it? Then again, I can go to myself I didn't find out that it was common knowledge that lemon flavor and caffeine create this horrendous, like, bad taste mix that is common knowledge. I've never drank coffee. Why would I know that? So I'm like, oh, lemonade? I love lemonade. I'll buy that. Although, to be fair, the first time I mixed it up, it tasted like acid because I wasn't actually shaking it. It tastes slightly better when you actually mix it up. Oh, thank you. That was very kind of you. Although, very clearly, you were trying to bait me into getting shot. I don't think that's actual, like, programming, right? Just coincidental. Artillery mode at the moment, so he can't aim down. But he definitely will switch. Arm, leg, back, leg, leg. Sweep. So I'm getting good damage on that leg. Nope, phase 2. Oh, nope, not phase 2. There it is! Break a leg. Missile the head. Dead. And okay, I didn't need to use the blizzard. Hey, he can drop chunks? That's huge. Oh, that's huge. Actually, no, wait. No, I found some Canehurst gargoyles in a Chalice dungeon earlier, and they drop chunks, and there was 2 of them in a room, and they don't do anything until you aggro them. Shit. I knew I should. Never interrupt the pattern. See, that's type armor right to my attack. I'm wondering if it's just a matter of when I'm not in two-handed mode, I don't do enough stagger damage. Normally I attack with this, but I like to attack with this. No, still. That was the weakened one. You were not. Okay, that's a rushing attack. And that's a tracking attack. Dang! That's the one combo that would have covered it. Okay, so I cannot get into that passage unless I take care of that Mad One summoner on the left. I had presumed that the first few times I got through there, and I suffered for it the one time I didn't presume. Normally you make an ass out of you and me with assumptions, but for once it was actually saving my ass. Alright, another run, another run. One of these days I'll get done with the side passage and tackle the boss. One of these days. Until then, back-to-back death, and dream reawaken. Tis a good omen. We had our fun. Yeah, so I specifically waited there to try and swing it if he was doing a charge. Still didn't, so even this attack tracks slightly better than the two-handed form. I can't tell if he's out of range or just moving, so I can't hit him. I think is like a fear of heights, not flash. Ah, though. Yep. Like, I knew it. As soon as my feet hit the ground and I listened to the recovery animation for falling too far, and I hear the cannon shot, like, I don't think I'll be able to get away from this in time. And of course, the canister of lemonade energy drink mix would be one of their double-sized ones. Stupid. And you can't roll out of the gestures. That's the worst part. Like, if you could at least cancel the gestures with a roll, it wouldn't be so bad that it's such an easy shortcut system. It's that wombo combo that really rustles. Yeah, there's something about this attack. Its hitbox which is absolutely huge. Because I hit attacks at 5%. I have had no luck with sight. Alright, I'm about to track cannon aggro at this point. Yep, called it! Getting the feel. I've been doing this stupid room for so long. Wait, well, there goes that tombstone. What? Check that one to see if he doesn't seem to have enough aggro radius to get me from this side. So I only have the one scorpion that I need to take care of. I'm actually going the extra mile to kill both of them, and I don't need to. Unfortunately, I think the one that I do need to kill that's been chasing me down into the giant fight is the one that likes to move out of Black Sky Ivory. He actually drops anything. I do have all of my discovery equipped right now, don't I? Yeah, I do. I could squeeze one more in, but I love having that visceral attack right there. That's what for several months now I've been waiting until it comes out to make it. Oh, they're all clustered up. I'll have that. I did end up getting his aggro, so I'm going to change out weapons. Oh, he took the shot! But I'm still going to die. I'm pretty sure this is actually... No. I think this is oil, because it doesn't have the iridescent coloring to it, so it's probably just pooling water in the dungeon. They would be the kind to throw oil underneath rooms that have a giant with a cannon in it. That's certainly the case with a giant swamp. What, one or no, two cycles of that. Against the 3 layers inside of the giant oil swamp. A cannon giant and then 2 scythe giants. Was it 2 scythe giants? One of the giants had 2 scythes for hands. I think maybe the other one was an axe scyther. So I will make my sword. Yeah. Well, I do that 3 times. I swear the scorpion was spawning random locations. Ah, I just barely. He got aggro because of his friend. Actually, I could have waited to heal after I fell, and then I would have been at top HP. I think I get like a 5% HP bonus for being at full health. Are you stuck in backup mode? Oh, I think you're stuck in backup mode. No, you're not! Fall for that ever again. There. I don't need that double. Wait, no, excuse me, what? Oh no, I already know what that was. Yeah. After he goes into phase 2, the transition attack becomes something that he gets added to his arsenal. I was about to say, is like, I know he doesn't have a phase 3. Because those have been a boss in Chalices for a while now, so I've had plenty of time to learn a lot of their mechanics and aggro points. But I think that double break must have been that I was hitting his head so often. I broke the blister, and I think I broke his head. Yeah. Momentum should get me out of the way. Yep. Okay, no item. It must be like, there's an enemy that fades away, so I think that the technical reason why the item waits so long to drop is the item doesn't drop until the death animation finishes, and their death animation is just slightly longer than normal. Hey, blood vials! I love blood vials. Everybody loves blood vials. Everybody needs blood vials. So there was a good example of an animation that where otherwise the enemy would normally not have it. Side dodge. Are you stuck? Is your AI broken? Is your AI broken? It's broken. It's breaking the shit out of you if your AI is broken. Your AI is broken. Oh, well, broke after phase 2. I'm gonna die. Yep. The wrong direction to roll for a chop. I'm a little confused. Maybe I was hitting his arm. I might not have been careful enough with my attacks. I was just so excited to have a broken AI again. Because he absolutely should have... Oh, I forgot to buff my weapon, didn't I? That might be why I didn't do enough damage to break the leg in that amount of time. With the weapon buff, it adds enough damage that I'll break the leg and trigger the missile before he goes to the face. Don't do it. Don't. I was standing right in the location to be on top of the fireball when he summoned it. Okay. Nope. I'm still falling back on that old habit of using two-handed mode. Ah! Dang it. Anti-run. It's always right between the shoulder blades or in my shoulder when I do end up getting hit by it. I think I instinctively try to move away from it, but I don't. I should just have my finger on the dodge button. Like, I should just be ready for it at this point, because it's happened, what, 4 or 5 times? That should be more than enough for the lesson to sink in. I'm just stubborn. I briefly thought that maybe I should go back to the durability curses, but I took all the durability curses off, so I don't have to do that, because durability curses are terrible. I hate having to stop every 2 runs to go back to the position. Mostly because I have to stop and kill something on the way. Fun. Love fun. Everybody loves fun. But... I did this. And out of range. Now in range. I knocked him out of range. And out of range. Nope. Still shooting. Is he done? Okay, done? Okay. Turned away. Nope. That plunging attack never works, but I keep trying. Oh, Jesus. It's fun. Everybody wants a piece of his hair, though. Yeah, well. Thanks for the artillery. I thought maybe that came out of one of the bad ones. It was just a Scorpion drop. That wouldn't have been anything valuable except for like a murky or what is it? Is it murky and dirty? Yeah, they drop poison-based gems. Of which, despite the massive collection I've been storing for since God knows forever of optimized joins for it, I have never actually used a single enemy. tell that the hitbox blocking my ability to move through it means that the death animation takes a while. And I can tell you what, that shit has gotten me killed like because an enemy that is still fighting the hitbox and blocking your movement can get you killed. I missed my first swing, so I didn't rally in time. But it matters because I didn't really fall down. I hate these scorpions. Maybe just... no, I need to have the black stay out. Nope. No way you're gonna Yep. I overcommitted to too many attacks. He used a follow-up attack. Does he have a blister on his arm? Ah, jeez. I'm gonna have to take a quick look at that. No. Well, wait. No. Giants can only have one blister, right? No. Even if they can have two, they would both be giant blisters, like the one that's on his shoulder. Like, I think it's just a artistic feature on his arm for a brief second. Like desperation to have the new swing the blister on his right arm on the shoulder joint, which is probably what it is. It's just his shoulder joint, I bet. And fun. Yay, fun. Yeah, that attack is a two-handed mode 100%. But somehow I just skewed his aim. Sometimes you can double shoot just because their tail adds so much to their hitbox. Or you can do that, and that would make my life easy. And he moved forward, so I missed. Of course. I got a transformation attack because I didn't it whiffed, and then he stabbed me. With this particular little pointy bit that happens to be center camera. What I really wish is that I didn't have to deal with the drop from the platform, because the animation of recovering from the fall is not particularly helpful with the high aggression level of scorpions. I could deal with them a lot better if they would position themselves better for a plunging attack, but they like to really get, like, underneath my... yeah. Not dead. Not dead. You and your anti-fun. Like, you're supposed to just stand there and get shot in the back for my amusement. You are not allowed to actually have like, occasionally drop the violence. Okay, good. Get out of here before he moves around. Be able to avoid his aggro. Alright. The scorpion might have lost aggro. Yeah, he's trying to get back to his room. Stuck in the ladder. Get back in before the giant notices me. Take some more bullets. Run out. No, I don't want to go on that side of the platform to avoid the giant, because I'll attract aggro from bad ones. Yeah, he was trying to get at me. Where'd he go? There he is. Okay, make sure... Yeah, they're just patrolling again. Jawah! No chance of aggro breaking. Firing shots at me. Follow up. Leg. Attack out. Another attack out. Swipe. Followed by no other swipe. Just gonna focus on damage and hitting that blister. attack whenever he wants once he goes phase 2, which is why I want to burst him down by either popping the blister or pulling a visceral out of his broken legs. From memory, without actually having double-checked it in this session, I don't think when you break their head that they bend over to give you a visceral. It's like a normal arm or leg break on most giant bosses. It just creates a point where you do more damage. And it staggers them, so you know, you stack damage on multiple body parts and you break them in a turn. Stun one Okay, so that's when the hitbox fades away on that. Fun! Yay! Make sure to break the trap so that I don't kill myself on the way home. One of these days, I'm going to come. Severely more challenging rooms, like a room with a giant and a finally crowd of blue-eyed beasts. Come to think of it, I did want to go back and check that, and I don't think I ever did, to see if those beasts would have the same drop table as the ones in the Upper Cathedral Ward that drop chunks. I don't think they did, though. I wonder what it is that allows him to see me up here. There's a lot of times where he just straight up cannot aggro on me up here. Oh, it could be because he... No! I didn't roll in time, but it's okay, because I didn't roll in time. I didn't take up the target. That would have wasted every round. Yeah, so I can really use it. So, let me just test that. Nope! That, turning that attack around, just barely got me out. Otherwise, I would have back. Oh, thank God his arm blocked that. Nope, that's the kick, and I'm dead. Okay, so since I want to test my theory that his head break won't give me a visceral, I'm going to try pulling out the threaded cane and using the whip. It's probably going to get me killed because I'm changing movesets, but I'll at least be able to test out the data. Is it the strong or the light attack? I better check that. He's going to start throwing my whole. I can do science after I get rid of the huge I just spawn camp. Backstep, strong or light attack that does the precise stab. And I'm still using the wrong buttons. Playing search. Okay, so they're both precise, but the heavy attack one I think has more range in exchange for its longer build-up. Yeah, that one's too short. I don't think I'd be able to attack him from outside of his range if I was using that one. I should still be able to rally with the cane. Fun! I'm stuck. Tombstone. I think it requires a solid, requires a very solid free switch around that cane, whereas the 2-hit form of the... Just called Church. Yeah. Yeah, it's just called the Church. Oh, you would. So he's converted into artillery mode now, and he's arcing his shots because the direction. I need him to de-aggro so I can finish off the scorpion downstairs. Or not. Or not. Although, honestly, if I can aim his shot well enough so that it lands underneath the platform, it'll do half my damage for me on the scorpion. Is the scorpion de-aggro yet, or is he still underneath me? Yeah, he's still underneath me. And... It's just this triple whammy, because I can't go right, or I'll pull mad one aggro. I can't go right the scorpion, which means I try to fight the scorpions, I get aggro from both of them at the same time. Okay, he was de-aggroing. Actually, no, I want him to pay attention to me up on the platform. Do it. Do it! Okay, that's a problem. I can't... He doesn't have to do a lot of points. He only has one chest. I can't do this. But I can do that. John! That's the attack that I realized what he was doing as he was doing it, but it's so fast it didn't matter. That's the point-blank shot that he uses in Phase 2. And it's the nightmare. The #1 solution to fighting pretty much all of the forms of the giants is a mid-range fight. Using something with a long reach like the Church Thicket two-handed form, the Hunter's Axe, the Cost Parasite. I don't know why I felt like I needed to demonstrate that, but whatever. The Cost Parasite, Threaded Cane's Whip form. So that actually didn't go out that well. This is more prone to hitting the... What do I have that I could use to accurately hit the... maybe the Saucepan? What's the damage comparison, though? I don't think I have good gems in this. Those are not good gems. And I don't have any other options, but this will probably be... Oh, okay, that is. I knew it. I was like, wait, where is my... I think if I... No, and then if I... I swear there was a way to make this use the #2 combo. I can't remember. Like, that vertical swing is what I want, but the first swing is that. I swear I found something that allowed me to reliably use the two-handed swing, but... Oh, is it the running attack? No. Whatever. Okay, so I guess it's back to the church pick. Science concluded. I'll just swing at his head with this. Ah, no! Anti-fun! And that's what I get for mucking about with my weapons right within aggro radius of an enemy. Gotta take that button at a full sprint if I want my fun. Cause yeah, with the whip, it's mostly a diagonal motion. So if I'm after the blister, then that's sprint. If I'm not, I'm head. So the vertical swing on this. Power that screen on. And yes, fun. I'm worried that I may have started sprinting. Radiant. What is radiant? That's important. I know that is important for some reason. Reduce stamina cost, but everything else on it is garbage. Yeah, that's a flat and a very weak charge attack percentage. Honestly, I think getting reduce stamina cost is better as a secondary attack. It won't be as strong, obviously, but if you're going to gimp your weapon for extra swings, then what's the point? So what if you get 2 or 3 extra swings if you're doing 1/4 of the damage? Just about fired some flanks. Okay. Now he's de-aggroed and of course not. Of course not. Fuck it. Oh, just in time. Ooh, they are very well inspired. That was very Alright, up. Oh god. Oh, and I'm just walking, so I'm done. Yeah, that entire interaction was just ham-fisted from start to finish. I can do better. And I should be, honestly, at this point. I was cruising through this before. What happened? Ah, science happened. I wanted to start testing whether or not I could break his face and get a visceral out of it. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that I remember doing this before and it didn't actually trigger him. You definitely get one out of breaking their legs. That I know for sure. And I know that you don't get one for breaking their arms because you do that constantly and it never triggers one. But, like the memory is pretty good, but still, anti-fun. Did it get me in the back of the head at least? Nah, it's in my chest. Would at least be fun if I got killed by that and it was a headshot. Just for the novelty of the coincidental location. I wonder if you're too tall for it to hit you in the head. Alright. Another run. I think from the starting position where he's playing he can't aggro you at the lantern, but his patrol path will put him in range, and then he'll start firing at you. Still, I hate him missing spawn camp. Okay, that almost didn't go well because I was positioned correctly. Not quite fun, but close. Oh god, that was fast. You have my echoes? Is that why? No, you do not have echoes. Chill. And probably move away from the platform. There we go. Now I'm behind him, so until he turns back around, it matters because you're not going to jump down. I'm going to pull that one aggro, so I'm going to stop with the plunging attacks. I'm always tempted for the plunging attacks, but they're kind of shit in this game. Not so much because they don't do like decent damage for what they are, it's just that if you don't roll as soon as you land, there's a pretty significant animation for it. I hope that if I moved back, I would get the tombstone. Come on, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot again. Kill him with the cannon. Dang. Can't have no fun. No fun allowed zone. Right. Excuse me. Must not have moved myself far enough off the line. All of a sudden, I'm becoming ass at the game. Well, to be fair, I'm not treating it very seriously either. I'm just here for fun. Have those 0 echoes. There we go. No more parts. So, since I'm not really using the cost parasite, I just know that if I take the cost parasite off, I'm going to end up in a situation where I fall down, and I need it to kill the parasite. I need it to kill the scorpions. Because they are utterly immune to physical damage. He immediately went into a side switch. At the very least, the scorpions don't actually have iframes when they sidestep. It's just a positional thing. Be very bullshit. Okay, so if they're moving away from me or they're not looking directly at me, there's enough time for me to fire 2 shots back to back. Okay, now I can de-equip the cost parasite. And I guess the whip. I can mix and match my long-range attacks, although I'll lose my buff if I do that. And science. Time. No way that... Yeah, you're... shot. Third swing. So the weird thing is that, you know, I know how many people up to, but there's no particular tell for how many they're going to do. He has a chop that's slightly different from his normal chop that has much more traction. Ah! I want that. Oh, rebuff. It's cost me. No! Ah, not only was that a chest shot somehow, it was a headshot. Yep, and there's that point blank shot. Thank you for the demonstration. Phase 2, immediately followed by a point blank. The trap with the giant with the cannon is that, like all other giants, he's very easy and safe to fight at mid-range. But then as soon as he goes into phase 2, he'll start doing those point-blank shots. That immediately deletes any option of long or mid-range. You have to get up on top of it. So if you weren't taking the time to learn how to dodge his sweeping attacks and his kicks, then you're just SOL. Designed by From Software, generally have at least a handful of countermeasures. Smooth. Like how almost every boss will react and use the blood vial in front of him with a specific. Generally, holy shit, he's already in artillery mode. Yep, that's artillery mode. Are you done? Ah, he went to pick up my echoes. That's why he's already aggroed. His positioning was different. Not exactly. Ah, yes. You can only shoot straight down if you got not where you're getting them. Of course, it's a great way to have your camera give you whiplash when you're spinning around 180 miles an hour. Because the enemy is underneath your hitbox. Hit. Again. Yes. Just about to come back into aggro range. And he sees me through the wall, apparently. Alright. For science. Smack him. That kick got some kind of levels of trauma on me. I think I got really that's a good way to capitalize on the lag and the sweep too. Okay, if you break his head, it doesn't actually... Oh! Oh, I was just barely still in range because I was busy transporting. So yeah, if you break his head, it doesn't actually trigger a visceral, so there's no point for me swinging for that. Either go for the blister or focus all the damage on his legs. And the charge pick is pretty good for hitting his legs. It's just I can't guarantee that I'll hit one leg or the other. Off the top of my head, I don't know if I've ever broken his left leg and triggered the visceral. I'll try focusing that down. Because I know that the leg that has the weird, like, lock in it, it looks a little bit like a blister, but it seems more like there's just some kind of chunk in the middle of his leg. But I know that if you break that right leg, it definitely triggers a visceral. I just assume that if you break either leg, then it'll also trigger... Ah, I forgot to hit the button. I somehow managed to hit the button. 0 Passed it. That's not a good omen for this run. Apparently it can turn. Did it just drift? Like it just used the sidestep and turning around to drift. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Artillery mode is the part. Like if he's shooting straight at me instead of pulling it up for arcing shots in artillery mode, he can't actually hit me on top of the platform that easily. Like it can splash through the platform, but generally since it hits that edge of the platform, I'll be safe over here. So you gotta really watch out for using artillery mode. Pick it up. 3 bullets. Heal. Up. I should heal after I jump down, so I'm not really could be that that's a visual cue, that if you break that leg, you will get a visceral attack. Similar to how if you hit the bone in the church giant's legs when they expose it with certain attacks, you'll trigger a visceral for that. It could be that they attempted to provide a visual design point to play off of that. Or you just break both of his legs and it's literally the point that's not necessary hard to do. I always second guess whether or not I've actually waited long enough for that item. Because they drop blood-tinged gems, and while I don't have any usage in my playstyle yet, wouldn't be a bad idea to have a really good set of blood gems for no, and regenerate from the gun. Okay, so when I'm standing that far over, I was hoping that that's far enough I wouldn't be because it risks getting mad when aggro. If I'm not going to actually prevent myself from pummeling his aggro, there's no point being that far over and risking getting extra aggro from enemies. Perfect! Yes! Scorpions are the only problem. Oh, no, I don't need to make blood bullets twice. I wouldn't mind if I could have 10 at a time, but does do 2 sweeps. He goes for 2 sweeps and really sticks his leg out. Trigger a sweep if I get on the position behind him. There's 2, but there it is. Okay, so you can break both of these. Science. Is he dead? He's not dead! Now he's dead. What his depth is, I don't think it's very good for me anyway. Russian. How are you? What? I ran out. Stamina. A number of other conditions. Yeah, that didn't go well. So long with the giant fight waiting for science that buff ran out. Okay, so break both legs. Either way, you'll get your visceral. But honestly, I don't really need to. As long as I can successfully transition from the 2-handed church pick to the 1-handed, I can finish him during the stagger from the blister pop. As long as I scratch him before I go for it. It's just very relaxing. So I did put the gain over my offhand. Oh, see? That's why. Just ritual blood. That's actually a pretty good drop because you can only get it as a drop, but at this point I've gotten so many of them by running through Chalice dungeons with maximum discovery. I don't fun. Well, I won't buff this. There's that stupid gesture. See, now this is where I would be tempted to jump down if I had my cost parasite in my offhand, but since I don't, it's actually to my favor, because I know that I would just die. Gotta wait, hate waiting. Well, no, that's not. I've got a lot of patience for this. This particular room I'm ready to. Oh god, there. Yep, direct hit. You know what? I'm ready. Let's come up with a new plan of attack. Specifically one that's more aggressive. Let me put the cost parasite back on and just try and rush into the room. The last time I tried that, I got aggro from the madness, so I have to move, and at the very least, I need to move off the left. Aggro raise, get our giant, up that head, he summoned the fireball inside my skull. Sad day. Big sad. saw that animation. He was about to try and summon another fireball inside me again. I ain't having none of that, thank you very much. Church Break is not really the best weapon for pivoting attacks when you try to rush behind something. It is really prone. Despite its odd capacity to hit this particular enemy. Okay, so yeah, that red icon next to my HUD, I think indicates that I'm getting a buff from a weapon for having full HP. Honestly, I think standing here, if he did fire a shot, the explosion radius of it would actually get me through the walls. So give me sight. Let's just that charge attack. Very safe. I think if I do strong attack, yeah, it seems from the left. That's way too much animation commitment. Hey, slime up against it. I don't want to swing here. I might bounce off the tombstone. I want to hit the blister. Attack animation for phase 2. That is that blister. Yeah, you can still follow that attack up. If I was a bit closer, that yeah. At this point, I can. Yeah. They always try to be way fancier than I need to. He is really prone to dropping at death. Anyway, now comes this part. My best damage overall comes from the Church Pit because I've got all of my best curse gems in it. It doesn't adapt well between switching between killing the crush, the eye scoopers, and the mad ones that they summon. I would like to use something that like sweeps really well, like Simon's Bowblade, but it's a little too slow for the mad ones, I think. I still haven't really tested if the difference between the hyper armor I seem to be experiencing on them is a result of my weapon being... it's technically a dexterity-based weapon, so it doesn't do as much stagger damage as most strength weapons would. But I don't have access to strength weapons because I built this character with no stat. Specifically, did not level strength. Ah, shit. That would have killed me if I had just briefly down. I knew it. There is a passage over here that she was guarding, so I do need to kill them. Now that is a pool of oil. The iridescence means that if I step in that, I get an oil debuff. Alright, so I'm actually going to park over here for a moment. Hopefully not die, because I need to go back. Shit. That's what I get for chugging the last of my energy drink. mug. Now I've got water. Hopefully that won't run through me quite so fast as the energy drink did. Probably not. Energy drink's literally just powder mixed in water anyway. Oh, come to think of it, I never moved the headphones over. God damn it. I wonder how long that's been echoing. Got the mic right behind the speakers if I'm not using the headphones and the controller. Alright, that should trend over. Let me mute the TV. Well, if I can get it to... There we go. Yeah, that's much better. Now it's inside the headphones. And it shouldn't be getting echo from the mic anymore. Ooh, God. That, like, that takes a second to get used to. It's like the sound quality is much better when I've got it in the headphones. Okay, this might just be... Yeah, I think that this... Yeah, this is just a direction that you can go if you fall off. So it might not be important to actually kill those and get over here. This should slow me down. No, okay, so this is just decorative merc. Is that... No, okay, that's not a slime, that's just a rat. See, I do want to have the Lucky Lantern on. Go all in for maximum light. Sure, no slimes are here. I haven't seen a slime in these tunnels in God knows how long, and it just continues to ratchet my blood pressure up every time I walk through its tunnel. Okay, so we found the lizard bottom. Does that go right back out to the tombstone area? God damn it. Okay, so there's absolutely no reason for me to have to fight the eye catcher or the eye scooper. And these enemies in particular, while they don't have hyper armor from a standing position, they don't stagger very well, and if they start attacking, they have like shitloads of hyper armor. So you gotta be a little careful with them. But most of the time, they're busy pickaxing up walls, and you can just sneak up and assassinate them with a backstab. So there's a door up here that goes to that that bridge I just saw, and nothing else. So there's no branching paths here, and then this just goes out to here for some reason. Yeah, there's no ladder on this platform. Sometimes they'll put chests out here in the random generation. I wonder if there's a... I don't think I saw a doorway over there on that one either. That's just pebbles, so yeah, this is definitely the main room, so I have no reason to fight the scooper and its mad ones on that side of the room. I can just walk through the middle door here. One more. That's the loot. And that... Oh, Jesus Christ, not another one of those. I interchangeably call... Like, I think the official title of the things that the Eye Scooper summon is Mad One, and I forget what these are called. I used to refer to these as Mad Ones all the... Oh, no. Don't put extra big enemies in the room with them. Like, if you want to put a bunch of rats around that, that's no big deal. Whatever. Let's see if I can't... Like, they have a nice, long aggro radius. So I should be able to... Nope, 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 never mind. You will come with me. Get over here. Today. No, no, you don't. Watch him aggro and de-aggro over and over again until I accidentally get him down to half health. Then he goes to phase 2 and wrecks my ass. Do something. Do something. Oh, you've got to be shitting me already? Too close to that. I called this shit. Thank God I've got a lot of practice. Their damage threshold for phase transition is extremely low, which is the one and only thing I hate about them, because if you don't really commit to what you're doing, you have a bad chance of having a bad... Ah, nope. Aggro is already on. I have never successfully stuck up on one of these. You do that again, I'm going to parry you. Okay, that was dangerous. I made it out timing for that parry, but I can't afford to trade damage with things that will kill me in one shot. That could have gotten me killed. That could have gone very, very badly. I always instinctively run into parry attacks I know I can parry, and it's gotten me killed a number of times because I'll trade for it. And in the beginning of the game, where enemy damage was still low enough, that worked out in my favor because I could just tank it, get the parry, and that would heal me. Odd, tempering, crescent. That's actually pretty valuable. Crescents are usually quite terrible at physical damage modification. Oh, great one, but still very nice. So I'm going to take a bruise clear. So I'm going to take a quick look at that real fast. I think crescents are closer to the bottom. Yeah, they are. Odd, tempering, 27.3. Really? That's the only one? Yeah, because then here's the cursed, and then it transitions to... That's the only tempering odd that I've had in crescents? Yeah, that is really rare. Yeah, because, like, these are some of the best physical modifiers I have in crescents right now. It's 14.2, which is, like, half of what you can get in radials or triangles. So there's a significant chance that this will be stronger in anything. But these days, I just go find a Chalice merchant that has, what is it, Uncanny, I think is? Yeah, Uncanny. The Lost modifier on a weapon makes it have one of each kind, whereas the Uncanny modifier will change the type of the third slot. So if a weapon has 2 radials and a triangle, it will swap the triangle for a crescent. If it has 2 radials and a crescent, it will swap it for a triangle. And that was really important for the cost parasite, because I had a super strong arcane attack plus 67.5 for it in triangle, but the base form comes with a crescent. And, like, I think I remember reading in my book that crescents primarily specialize in really strong regeneration effects, which is why I think I took the Lost form so that I could have one of each kind, and I just put 3 regeneration gems in it because I had a decent crescent one for it. Oddly enough, I haven't actually gotten a good one for it. It's still just 3. I think it can go up to like 5, 6, maybe 8. I know that the cursed version of it, which drains your health, goes up to 9. Let's see. I don't really have enough blood echoes to level up, so I wouldn't feel bad now that I've finished this branch, trying to get the glory, so to speak. And that attack's really nice on this. Even with my one-handed form, I can outrange it. Oh! Okay, well, that's what I get for that. So yeah, now I'll just run off. Says side passage has successfully been completed. What was in that chest again? I already forgot. Was it the odd gem? Yeah, I think it was the odd gem. It's weird to get a gem in a side passage. I always expect to get ritual materials. Now I can use dangerous vials, blood bullets, boss runs. Let's see, durability is... Jesus, look at that. I've only lost like 65? 65? No. Yes. Yeah, that's 65. I've only lost 65 durability for that ungodly number of repeating runs. Meanwhile, if I'd had like a cursed durability on my jet on it, I would be like had like 65 HP left. Okay, final. Well, no wait. So I've been told that there can be very rarely a 4th layer Chalice, but I've never found one yet that didn't have just 3 layers. So what do we have? And that is the headless variant. Ah, God! I'm busy looking at the boss and not actually paying attention. So that's the one that comes with the parasite. I just recently fought this, I want to say, on my way down in the Fix Ihyll dungeon. So it shouldn't take me too long to adapt back to fighting him again. Although I do know that when he goes for his last phase transition, I have basically no experience with fighting the parasite form. I also forget what weapon I was using. And I just had a fireball inside my skull. I'll take that as a sign that I should kill him, take some money, fix my gear, and swap in some boss fighting runes. Because I've still got my exploration runes on right now. Let's see, I did not use the cost parasite against the bloodletting beast to any good effect. I don't think he has any particular amount of lightning resistance. I think he's those. I don't feel like pulling out the book from behind me to check for sure. Alright, that should be more than enough money to fix all of my stuff. And there probably will be several to keep fixing on account of how many different things I tried in that room. So, I'm definitely going to want stamina. I think the Bloodletting Beast does have a Visceral that I can trigger. I don't remember what it's on. His neck technically his head, I think? Or is it that the Parasite version doesn't have... Can you not get it in the Parasite version because it's missing? Oh. Either way. Let's see. I will want maximum stamina. Then I could prioritize stamina and just stack all three. Do I even have three? Yes, I do. Okay, I just have one of the HP ones because I don't care about it. I could, on the off chance I get one, add in visceral damage. And I'll just commit to having as much damage as possible. And then we will go with... And it's my face, which I haven't seen in God knows how many years. So I fixed my stuff, and then we need this for a boss. Off on the files. I haven't done a pretty good job of stockpiling those back up. I was down to 100 a while ago. Nope, there it is. Glad it's on this tall altar, otherwise I wouldn't be able to readily figure out which one it is right away. Most of the altars look very similar. Get in here and eyeball my saw spear and my whip. Because I do know that several of my cursed gems that I keep that have a high damage modifier also have a beast penalty on it. And I think I usually put that on my pick because thrust damage is especially good at kin. So I might have penalties. Yeah, I've got one beast damage penalty here. And this is just stamina cost. And this one is also just stamina cost. Okay, so I could try the saw spear. And the serrated damage bonus would probably compensate well enough. Let's see how much base damage I do. Oh, that was absolutely doesn't rally very well. I think it's because it's meant to hit repeatedly instead of hard. Two-handed form gives you that extra range, but at that point you might as well just be committing to strong attacks. It's way too slow comparatively. This is basically just saw cleaver action. Very expensive saw cleaver action because I've got 3 penalties for it. Oh no, wait, the first one's actually just skin damage. Okay, that's not bad. Alright. Buff up before I get in. And wait until I get into the boss room. I pursued a strategy of weakening all of his arms and legs and then chaining their staggers together. And I seem to have an overlapping memory with that says that I would use that as an opportunity to try and get at his visceral weakness. But I also remember that that memory is associated with difficulty actually getting to the point I needed to attack with the visceral because his arm would be in the way. So I'll focus down a limb and see what kind of animation he uses when he has a broken limb. Like if he leans down and his arm is in front of his neck, then that memory is associated with this boss. I might just be remembering a wrong boss. That's he has an attack that he'll use, say, for how safe it is. I don't remember what it is, I just remember it is. That is good. That doesn't particularly look like a block activity. So I don't think that memory about breaking his legs will be. I know what boss that was for. That was for Dark Beast Parl, or the Dark Beast Lorne, the Dark Beast boss, of which there are several variants. That memory is probably for the Dark Beast. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, when you break his leg, he collapses, and one of his arms is kind of blocking access to his head. Because if you break the Dark Beast Parl's head, he opens up for this roll. But it's normally not. That works out. Did run it kind of close. I was going to fireball inside my head. But I can hit him once to interrupt him, make bullets, and then keep hitting him. It's a bit risky. I think I would like to hit him with a running attack, so that the momentum kind of puts me behind him and he has to turn around. Although if I remember right, they don't actually have to be looking at this with the fireball. That's got to be. So now I'm going to start paying attention to the damage I'm actually doing. Get behind him that has a shot box that doesn't really do anything. Yep, dodge. Okay, finish that combo with the slam to cover the I think that like he's got two until like in his third phase I think he gets an extra combo attack, but he's got two combo attacks, one where he repeatedly just pounds the ground right in front of him, and then another one which is I think it covers a slightly wider area. I think he's like slams his elbows into the ground almost. That one is the one that finishes down. You are an enemy that is far more complicated than I'd like my blood bullet dispenser to be. Yeah, I didn't even rally all of my HP back there because I had to dodge halfway through. It's fine, it's fine. So I'll just pull out my regenerator sight and make sure I'm holding my gun, and yeah, that'll top off in no time. Good enough. This will be able to cover the rest of it. Okay, so I'm always hesitant to rely on the whip, because while it's been my favorite go-to weapon since I picked it at the start of the game, its quick-step attacks are ass. I tried to just walk and got it. Practice if I did it better, but I do remember the charge attack does a lot of damage if it hits you, but it has a relatively forgiving hitbox for the damage portion of it. There is a shockwave, I think, associated with his legs and like around his sides that does like 1 damage. It's basically just there to knock you off balance. So I want to compare the damage of the saw. So yeah, I won't buff this time. And I'll just see how much damage I'm doing with the saw compared to with the whip. Let's gonna say threaded cane, but I don't see many opportunities where I'd want extra hits instead of extra straight damage. But it keeps doing that. And stop. Okay, that's a little. I was standing there the entire time. I was just stuck in that animation for getting up. It's possible he gently, because like there's a lot of times where the brickwork in this game actually has varying levels of like the terrain is actually physically varied. It's not just decorative. And in those instances, there's a risk that the boss can hit you with a particular attack that will technically knock you into the air. And when it does that, you'll technically be falling for like a quarter of a second, and so you'll land flat on your ass spread-eagled, and the animation for getting up from that is really punishing. It's to discourage you from falling off platforms, I think. It's like really watch your footing, but it's kind of like a glitch in the mechanics of the game, and it can get you killed in boss fights if your range is uneven. So I did about 402 last time. Yeah, so if you do get hit by that, it's very lethal. So that's pretty much the strategy, not away from or to the side of it. As evidenced by my previous instances where I effortlessly dodged it, instead of trying to perform science. I wanted to keep my distance so I could hit him in the face with the cane. So let's see, 402. Yeah, 402 from the Saw Spear. Yep. Cool. Fireballing. In all due honesty, if it wasn't for the fact that they can summon a fireball even when they're not looking at you, and then it automatically homes in like a 100% 360-degree radius, these enemies would not be. There would be absolutely nothing. Interrupt him. Bullets. Okay. That almost got me a fireball. I'm gonna have to find a different plan of action for them. I'm trying to shy away from just throwing the church pick at everything with its raw, unfettered high damage. I like experimenting and finding new toys to play with. Sure, right low. Please go. So not 80 extra damage and, you know, safety. This boss is much more dangerous. Remember that right leg to kick the ground with it and to throw himself into a backstep. And it's not a serious amount of damage, but it's so fast that if you're not watching for it, you can't really reaction dodge it. You just need to constantly be keeping your position off to the right or far enough away if you have to be off to the left. The boss transitions into phase. I think he has 3 phases. First he gets angry, and then the final phase he summons the worm, I think. So mid-ranging isn't going to be viable. Yeah, I'll just if I commit to a mid-range fight, I'll just pay for it later when he changes into his more aggressive fight. So I will try a more close range. Yikes! So I didn't rally the last sliver of HP, but the gun will regenerate that. About what, 5 HP? The gun will cover that. There it is. Oh, so wait, what's that red icon that I was having for a while? The yellow one must be the full HP one. Alright, let's see. Oh, but wait, that's right. This one has beast. Honestly, let's go ahead and go take a swing at it. I bet I'll have better damage regardless. Hitbox, and that hitbox has all of the damage. I think it's off to the right of the boss that I have the best luck with dodging it, because his right leg has part of the hitbox on it. I don't know. It's been a while since I had to deal with this. Honestly, it's far preferable. Damn it, that's it's not technically so I'm trying to be close enough. Summon the fireball inside your skull. Stupid gesture shortcut again. And you can't roll for the entire gesture. That is terrible. I remember reading about speedrunners having nightmares with the gesturing shortcuts, and then I didn't mind it at all until I got to the later stages of the game where the damage started to really become a threat. And at that point I realized, oh yeah, no, that's terrible. That is absolutely look at that. I have an 11% damage penalty. Staggered, but I don't think I actually broke it. Yeah, that covers his entire... He steps back as he does that attack, so it covers a lot of cover. Poison just like explodes HP out of you like bleeding does in other games. Afraid I was going to get this way. And I got caught by the steam. So when he does that, he actually takes a step back. So you either need to roll away from the boss, where his head is, like you have to roll away from his head, or you have to really commit to getting off to the side or behind him. Like, if you're just running full tilt dead sprint, I think you can get behind his legs and be safe. But since it's a slam, it does have a bit of an area of effect of, technically a shockwave. It's the most dangerous attack he has, since the safest place to fight is aggressive. And no item. Let's see, I think, yeah, two-handed form is a bit risky because it has more commitment to its animations, but the wide sweeps that it provides does a fantastic job of making sure that when I'm fighting without blocking, that's the stomp for backstep. Just barely with backstep. So yeah, when he goes for the ground punching instead of if he knuckle punches the ground, that's the punching combo, and he'll finish that off with the swipe. If he's using the flat or the sides of his palms while he's pounding the ground instead, that's the one he'll finish with the slam that covers the ground underneath. I have to actually attack his dying animation to fully rally if I'm using the point. What am I doing differently that I have a different buff? Like, I was getting a 4th buff icon on there, and I don't know what it was for. Well, either way, doesn't matter. So, let's just have more too much. I can't fade out. Using the quick probably cover light sometimes. Slam. So I staggered him with damage. I think the stagger might actually be a sign that you're going to phase 2. Always eager to rally that HP back for free, and it has killed me on an infinite number of times against an infinite number of bosses. Has not yet stopped me for committing to it, because when I'm using the Raider Palash, I get a lot for it. Damage, healing, I can dodge off of any attack. I've never recovered from the 4 habits I built just to get that Raider Palash. Still leaves the sliver if I don't get the third attack in, but it recovers so much in the two-handed form while I'm rallying that even if that sliver is still there, I can just let the gun regenerate it. Yeah, so. And so I'm confident enough to bump the boss down. Oh, that's just literally the wall of the arena. I didn't pay attention to the arena much. Thought I was stuck in a building. Fortunately, since this thing doesn't have a head, it actually has. Oh, that's the punch attack. Much more aggravating and dangerous. Regenerated one of his broken buttons. That animation takes him up to 5 That animation right there. That's his phase damage. I knew he had some kind of weird, like, non-hostile animation that he did that signals that he's in phase 2. There isn't a huge change in his attacks in phase 2. It's like just a gentle mix-up that he'll start adding in. It's so subtle that I think that I noticed that the book doesn't even notice it. Like, I've got the before the Hunter DLC was released, the guidance out. A lot of cases just to throw more money at the game because I love it so much. But I've noticed that in the descriptions for the Bloodletting Beast, they don't really seem to acknowledge that he does have a slight change to his attacks that he'll do. It's technically a phase 2 before the worm comes out for phase 3. hideous as hell, but cool. I remember when I was first fighting this thing, I'm like, how is this thing even still moving? Like, I spent a lot of time positioning the camera trying to examine that wound on his back. It's like, this thing should be dead. Aside from the fact that beasts are really persistent, and, like, no matter what you hack off of them. Like, I could believe that a fully transformed person could somehow keep his body moving without any kind of sentience, without a head, but the severe amount of damage that this thing has suffered, and it's missing its head, like, why is this thing still alive? They don't have undead in here. They just have really, really persistent regeneration from the old blood. But then the worm came out, I'm like, oh, I get it. That's why it's slow enough that he goes, oh no, no rage attack. Sideswipes. It takes so long to consider itself that you can actually while he's walking around. Now, something I wanted to test by the time I was fighting this boss itself to trigger a visceral, since you can't get the visceral. But in the end, I ended up taking it off. That was the primary reason. Oh, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. He killed me with a step. Oh, and he stepped on me like a bug. That's a bummer. Anyway, but I think that that's the reason I remembered him I remembered that I was breaking his limbs in pursuit of visceral attack. I was trying to weaken all 4 of his limbs so that once he transitioned and pulled out the worm, I could break them to give me more opportunities to hit the worm, because it's actually really hard to hit this damn worm. Not only because it has really fast close attack. I'm gonna get fireball. I'm overcommitted to talking. Anyway, the worm is really, really fast, comboing swings. Like, I think the only relatively safe attack that it does that you could punish it for is this straightforward lunging bite thing. Otherwise, it's just kind of, it's got this combo attack where it just flails around in front of its body, and it 100% covers its otherwise weakness, which is that it is, like I said, when the boss is walking up towards you, you can legitimately just, like, take a free swing at its head, because it's so slow to actually start at 4 and actually get full rally off of that. So, guess I'll just regeneration parasite for a few seconds. Not that I can actually have it out because I don't have the rune equipped anymore. So now it's just a fist. The parasite is within, but it is not able to catalyze and awaken. But the regeneration still works. As it. Another solid tick there. And, yeah, just in case we come out. I really could stand it and take the beast out. It's kind of a flip coin flip on when they'll go for the charge. Stairs. Yes. He almost like 100% body. Okay, that wasn't a charge. died to getting stepped on. Gosh darn it. That was going so well. Like, I stacked a nice chunk of damage on both of his legs, I think. Not precisely evenly distributed, but still, both of them were pretty close to breaking. And then I started staggering the damage onto his right arm there. Well, his left, my right, but either way. I was spreading the damage out. I was really, really ready for him to transition into that phase. And then, I got stepped on. He does walk through life and go, thou art from above. And noise. Morning. Honestly, that attack is probably pretty aggravating for most people to avoid, but in the grand scheme of things that I've had to precisely avoid so that I don't die, it's relatively easy to avoid. Now, the Abhorrent Beast was a nightmare. I think I ultimately ended up pulling out the Blades of Mercy for the Abhorrent Beast. Yeah, I think that's the only boss that actually used that weapon on. No, no more fireballs. Oh, that's right, I de-equipped my Discoverer, and so I don't really need to spend as much time watching to see if he drops an item. Even if he does, it won't be the Blood-Tinged Gem. It will just be, I don't know. Yeah, he can drop ritual materials, but I think they're pretty trash. It's just normal ritual blood, maybe level 5 because the dungeon's so deep. Yeah, so I staggered him. He takes step on charge. Did I hit his head? Did I perfectly aim that? Oh, I staggered him. He should commit to single attacks without going for double. He'll charge forward, and I don't know where the hitbox truly begins on the attack, because I don't know if the charge just has staggered step damage, like if just there in that run, you get that little like 1 HP chip of damage because something staggered you, usually from an enemy falling on your head or you're standing next to a place where a really big boss. I don't know if the entire shoulder charge forward has a hitbox like that, and then it's just a really big arm swipe at the end of it that he does that has all of the damage hitbox. Because I know that like he uses that attack at the end of his charge just as a basic move that he can do. He loves it. Like when he gets into his more angry phases, he really loves that big, huge, wide sweep in front of him attack. So I've had plenty of time to analyze it, and its hitbox is absolutely ridiculous. So beautiful at that. See, that's no reason. And I rolled it. I'm always greedy for the extra swings because my instincts are still tuned to the Raider Plotch. It's like, time, you have time. You can make 3 swings and then roll away. And like, no, you can't. Not with this weapon. Now, if he wasn't so high up off the ground, I'd be tempted to pull out faster weapons, but if I do, then I'll have to constantly focus all of my attention. My brains are now at. But yeah, if I pull out a smaller weapon, then I will constantly have to be swinging at his legs. And that's not, you know, a bad strategy in the final phase, because the mid-range becomes utterly dangerous once he gets into the worm phase especially. So I don't want to commit to that when I can safely get him to that phase much better with a long-range weapon like this. I'd be using the whip, but the whip suffers from what I consider a critical flaw, that it's quick step attack. Now, it's like I managed to dodge one, but the couldn't dodge that second one. Fireballs for days. Anyway, so I have a long-standing feud with the whip form of the threaded cane, because for whatever reason, despite the fact that it's very obviously a mid-range weapon, it still uses its melee form quick step attack, which is where you charge forward and take a short-range swipe with the cane. So despite the fact that it's in whip form, it'll continue to use that. In recent I believe I figured out that there's actually multiple forms, depending on which direction you're dodging, you're lock on target. And like side backwards or side quick steps won't get quite as long of a distance of a running forward charge or something to that effect. Like, I didn't really sit down and test it, but I noticed that there was differences in how far my character was charging forward after a quick step. So maybe I could use that for something. It still wouldn't fix the fundamental problem, which is that it uses a melee attack on what is essentially a ranged weapon. Yeah, see, so that right there, even though it's not technically, the arm wasn't technically there, that was its swing path. And the entire duration of everywhere the arm has been is just one great big huge hitbox on that attack. I mean, I could see where somebody who's just experiencing it for the first time would be like, that's bullshit, blah, 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 blah. But it's from software. Their hitboxes have never been the most accurate. The animations are great. The hitboxes are janky at the best. Too slow, rally fast shit, but the gunner is there. So let's see. I don't want to commit to fighting his legs, because hitting him at mid-ranges like this is good. If the whip didn't have a shitty quick step, I would love to use it, but if you're going to be using the whip, you have to commit to using strong attack. Risk running into the boss. Excuse me, I'd like to hit him. Oh. Hit for him. Hit him, he hit me. Nope, that's me. I wanted to rally another bit of HP before the rally started. And that was way too much thing. So since I'm getting myself killed over and over again anyway, why don't I just pull out the whip and practice with it? It's not like I can die more than I already am. Just in case this somehow miraculously goes really well, I will keep the pick on. Don't want to lose an opportunity to just beat the boss and win the dungeon. As much as I like my science and experiments, I've really procrastinated on finishing the game. Like, Garabin has been waiting to have a discussion with me about the house being on fire for like 5 years now. It's a good thing the dream keeps him eternally not older, but I wouldn't say eternally young. That's not Garabin is an old part. Look at how safe he is. He wants to get himself ready. Terrible for rally. Yeah, see that attack right there. I hate that attack. It just doesn't fit with that. Now granted, when you're right right there, I was apparently out of range because I saw you go with a big swipe. Even then, when I was right under Yeah, if he hits you with a slam, this level of HP, it's just instant death. Which is the reason why I wanted to like stagger out my damage on his limbs the last time I fought him, so that I could chain break them to get me more opportunities to hit his worm when he's like staggered down. But I don't think I ever found a weapon that could swiftly change from accurately hitting his arms and legs to then also accurately hitting his head. What I tried would be wide-swinging, long-range weapons, and they would whiff the worm and be hitting his shoulder or his arm. Simon's Bowblade, I think I tried to pull out, and it did well. Actually, I think back then I had even lower blood tinge, because like I'm just dumping all of the, like if I get a high level of blood echoes, I'll just dump it into blood tinge, because I more or less committed to making this character a dex build, but I haven't, so I've never put any points into strength or HP, but that's just me. Maybe I could try having Bowblade out for the worm, because I mean I still won't be able to lock onto the worm, but it should be roughly the right path. I just don't know if I'll be able to keep the proper distance, because the worm actually has a fanatically high point reach. I think the killer got in the way there. Not sure. It might have just like physically pushed me, so I didn't get the distance I needed. It is a little bit precise, but all told, it's a simple dodge. There's a difference between simplicity and easy. It's like, it's easy to see what you need to do. Kind of hard to actually execute it sometimes. I have, I have basically sworn off. But I've basically sworn off ever again putting curse weapon durability into the cane, because the cane already has really low durability, so you basically get like 3 runs at a boss, and then you need to go home and fix the weapon because it says weapon at risk. When, unlike previous games, actually no, come to think of it, even in Dark Souls, I think when it tells you, like it pops the spell, you get a message up on the screen that your weapon durability is getting low, it's also weapon damage. When your weapon's damage gets low, there will actually be a point where you will start doing less damage with the weapon, even before it breaks, and then you just do no damage with the weapon. And I think, I know for a fact that in Bloodborne that's how it works. When the game pops up a weapon at risk message on screen, it's letting you know that you're damaging, you're doing less damage because your weapon's durability is down. And then if you continue to use it, the weapon's durability. I actually don't know what happens. Trying to bait out an attack, but I didn't successfully move my thumb from the heels to dodge button in time. Alright, another run at it. Hey, right, don't stop, don't stop. Okay, wait, why am I even bothering with that? Oh my god, I can't check my stockpiles when I'm anywhere but inside the dream. I was just recently dealing with having an overflow of bullets. I don't need to be making blood bullets. It's just a stubborn habitual pattern the ritual I've performed for every boss in this game. Well, and then I got stuck. So yeah, that is a good demonstration of it. So the bodily charge does have its own hitbox and damage, and it's less than the finishing attack he performs at the end of the charge. But if you get behind him, there's just kind of like the shockwave of him stepping on you, and that does literally 1 point of damage. No consequences whatever. Stop summoning all the time. Okay, so there is no beast damage penalty on this one. Physical attack up, no curse, beast. 20% beast penalty. God damn it. It's like, those are really good gems, but I'm constantly having to shuffle them around whenever I end up fighting beasts. Alright, so that plan isn't going to work. Cost Parasite. I could just blast him with Black Sky Eyes. That would actually have really good hit patterns. It should accurately fly between his arms and hit his neck. When he's done. Where is my ranged attack, douchebag? Okay, I guess it has to be off to his right. He starts to swing from the left. So it always feels weird to refer to left and right when you're fighting a boss, because do you refer to it exclusively through the boss's perspective or for your perspective? And I tend to lean on my perspective, but I'll try to add in a footnote mention as like, but from his perspective, like his left, my right. Yep, that's the whip, and the whip is no good at close range. Okay. Almost did it again. And then I didn't even get my first bullets back. I'm just gonna start running past him. It's like, what's the point? I need to burn bullets anyway. Because, like, my vial count has got to be getting low at this point. Actually, no, come to think of it, I haven't really needed to heal too many times against this boss. Twice, but it works there. Particular headspace that you have to be in to use a weapon that you don't want to use quick step attack on, because normally the quick step is like, what's the way to refer to it? Like, threads the needle. Like, it's the glue that you use to tie all of your attacks together to really help yourself stay on top of the boss and keep pressure on them. Because most bosses in this game are all the exclusion of excessive violence and aggression. Damn it, there's that stupid shortcut again. Like, the answer is very rarely back off, keep distance, play it safe. Like, no, get in there, do it, just keep swinging, That's what the rally mechanic's there for. Everything is built around absurd levels of speed and aggression. You know, balanced out with preciseness. Thank you. Okay, so I guess I'm just getting too close. It's like that's the one attack that would get me in that range. So yeah, the next point is that I have basically no rally potential whatsoever. It's making me sad. literally standing right in front of you. Yeah, those dice that they roll for all of their action. It's just something you gotta get used to. I was like committed to being dead there, like straight up was gonna be. But like, no, he's just gonna sit there and stare at me. I'll take it. I will take it and run with it. Here and then yes. Okay, so the answer is just I'm good. Okay, running strong attack is pretty good. Okay, so that's the big swipe. Side swipe. He stepped on me so I couldn't dodge it. If I had dodged back instead of the side there, I'd be dead. That last yeah, so using the strong attack like that to avoid quick step attack is something I use to solve that on my health. Ah, darn it, I waited. I was a little too fast on the dodge. I think it was Amygdala where I learned to use quick step into a strong attack, because some weapons have a strong attack variant on their quick step. I think it's usually the ones that put your gun away. So whether you pull out two weapons or you just have a two-handed long weapon, I think those weapons typically have quick step based. Ran into the pillar and then got fireball. Ah, sad. I was trying to pull out the pick to demonstrate, but you can't quick step unless you have a lock on target, so can't demonstrate unless I get close enough to him. So yeah, the light quick stepping attack for this weapon is an up sweep, where you bring the weapon in an upward swing from your right side. And I'm pretty sure that if I get up close to him, don't get fireball from his ass. This one doesn't have a quick step strong attack, but some weapons do. Let's see, maybe it's two-handed. Pull out, not that one. Monocle for it. No, not this one. I wonder if I'm full of shit. Oh, right. I was going to test the cost parasite, but I don't have the milkweed rune equipped at the moment, so that's not going to work. Alright, so maybe I'm just full of shit and no weapon actually has a strong attack based attack. Or it could be the monoculars version of quick stepping. It's different. What do I want to have? Yeah, sure. An absolute massive roll. You know what? It's time to start. It's time to start. Back with my weapon. Almost. You can dodge straight through. You need to wait. If you wait too late, then he catches you with the charges hitbox. And now that I think about it, I'll survive that, get knocked on the ground, and have a brief moment of invulnerability that avoids the swipe. So, despite the fact that I need to, like, triple heal after that, it would be a reliable way to not die. Just be close enough to get bodied. Tons of rally. I love that. Stupid shortcut. Like, specifically the shortcut is if you hold down X and then I think move your controller specific directions or in specific ways. I think you would even be able to, yeah, like those icons underneath that show like which direction you can use the quick access hotkey of hold down X, move controller, and you can rapidly gesture. Yes. Should have a running. There is a running struggle. Too close. And then okay, so yeah, now I've got to get used to. But yeah, most weapons have a variance for running light attacks and running strong attacks. So I might have crossed that wire in my brain with my memory. I've still got a really strong insistence in my head that there is a weapon that has quick step, strong attack, but maybe it's the cost parasite, because like the cost parasite has a whole lot of weird exceptions. It is a very strange weapon, and I think that's why it's a parasite, and you're using it as a weapon. You're openly inviting an eldritch parasite into your body and catalyzing it with rune so that you can use it as a weapon. It's like you might be just a little bit unhinged, good sir. So I wouldn't put it past that weapon for having a quick step strong. Actually, no, yeah, I 100% know that there is a strong attack variant for quick step attacks on the cost parasite. So maybe that's what I'm thinking. Maybe the cost parasite is the exception. Yes. This time, close enough. Really? He's like, I'm going to be close enough to my strong attack hits. No, I'm not. I'm ready for this attack so I can get my rally up. I think I just did enough damage to it there. Oh! I think that if he stepped on me, like there's a bit of a there's a core hitbox to him stepping for the back step where he jumps backwards that does a lot of damage, and then further out from it, it deals progressively less damage until like the absolute outer ring of it is just that like 1 damage stagger tick. But if he gets me when I'm standing still, and I technically have like my defenses all the way up, I think I survive a direct hit. But if I'm doing anything at all, it technically counts as variance points of open foe damage. And then it's still. I don't know. Ooh, nice. So even without high discovery, it's good to check that. But either way, so open foe is previously referred to as counter damage in Dark Souls, I believe. And it's basically the concept, if you hit an opponent when they're in the middle of an animation, you will do extra damage. And I think thrust weapons, especially in Dark Souls, I don't know if it's so much in Bloodborne, but in Dark Souls especially, thrust weapons were particularly good at it. There was even a ring that boosted it. Yeah, he's going to charge at me. So right there, I was actually still taking damage. He physically pushed me off to the side, and that saved me. There, I did about 2,000 damage to him in short order, and it attacked me. Right swipe at me. And I didn't get far enough away, so I got stuck. Let's see, but, so in Dark Souls, it was counter damage. It was primarily for thrust weapons. Based on the way that the blood gems refer to it when you read the blood gem descriptions, I think in Bloodborne they technically call it open foe damage, because it's versus open foes plus percentage of damage. So I think that it's technically called open foe damage. I've never, checked what the community refers to it as. I don't really need to pay anyway. But I don't know if it's a flat number that you get, and then there are things that can modify it, or if it's possible that there are various like levels of it depending on what animation in particular you're using in your test. Because I know that in particular the stone-headed spiders that can be around various levels that in particular focus on them, if they do their leaping head swing, their defense goes like almost into the negatives, while they're still got their butts in the air and their flat head is flush with the ground. But there's varying different levels. It's like, I don't know if that's a special case exception, because you'll do an ungodly amount of damage to them while they're in that animation. But any other time, they also have varying degrees of damage that you'll do to them if you attack them in their animations. So I'm wondering if that's an exception, because I've never found anything else that I can use to try and check to see if there's scaling open foe damage. I tried that little last swipe there. That was 100% incidental because of the filler. That back step, I thought I was far enough away. Oh, and he stepped on me. Oh, right, so I don't know if in Bloodborne there's like varying degrees of open foe modifier, or if it's just that the ROM spiders have a particular outlier case that's an exception for when they do that one attack, because it leaves them like obviously vulnerable, so it's, you know, relevant for it to give them a defensive buff. But it's had the question in my head about whether or not that applies anywhere else in the game. I need to move. Oh yeah, still see there's a reference point. That's tier 5 ritual blood. You can't buy that anywhere at any time. You need to actually find it as loot in the dungeon. I think the highest you can get is level 4 ritual blood, and you specifically need the item drop from the last dungeon, the last Chalice dungeon's last boss. And yes. Still managed to whiff the first hit. Great like that. That was really cheeky up there. So see, if I'm not doing anything when I attack it, I actually survive it. Now that was definitely excessive. I just did a shit on that. He wants to keep doing it. That makes my life very better. Blurred away. Out of the way. Go for a long way. I think I hit his tail. No, don't tell me I'm dead. Aw, man, I hate getting stepped on. Yep, there's the last phase. And now he doesn't know where I am. He's like, what happened to the thing I was fighting? Where did it go? It's like, you stepped on me, you douche. Alright, back at it. Don't do it. Don't do it! Alright. Can't you can do it. Let's see. Okay, so I really need to decide for myself if I'm going to commit to trying concentrating damage on its head, or fuck it. Even if I got that 20% penalty, that will be my best bet. I think it's going to be dangerous as hell. Maybe if I can bait him out using the ranged attack in his last stage. Maybe we should just focus on dodging. Oh, that's the combo that slams him, damn it. Watch the time. But not if he slams me again. Oh, that was hilarious. It's like moment of brief hope, immediately snuffed out. It's like I was really caught by surprise because I didn't think I would be. There must have been a brief moment there where I wasn't technically doing anything, so I still had just enough defense to survive getting slapped. Which then goes to show that even with a little bit of a sliver of damage, because before I got hit by the slam, open or not, I had a sliver of HP missing. So even with like say about this much HP missing, if I'm standing still and he slams me, I think I can survive that hit. But good luck if I'm moving or doing anything when he catches me with it. It just goes to show how forgiving the game can be, even with this amount of HP. Like, big attacks? Oh yeah. If you get caught by a big, slow attack, you're gonna... But anything else, you can basically survive. Even with this little HP. Now, combo attacks? Leave forever. Every time. A lot of hits. I still wasn't sure that was enough hits to get slam. Over the attacks and got stepped up. One attack per I would be so much better at the boss, but my playstyle throughout the entire game has been non-stop aggression, which is probably counterintuitive of having low HP, but whatever. Can't fix it at this point. Got 5 years of practice in. Could pull out the Raider Palash and really capitalize on it. Well, the Raider Palash technically doesn't have a good rally. The fact that it can combo attacks in so fast. Thought I had gotten out of the way far enough, but it didn't home in. Because, like, the fireballs pick a time where they home in on you. It's just there's no visual cue for that at all. They don't home in after they're in flight that much, but the initial summon of it has a 360-degree radius around it. It can fly in any direction. Doesn't matter if you're standing directly behind the enemy. It will fly straight backwards into your face. And I both resent and respect it. It's such a subtle but powerful. It's really simple. And there's that. Yeah, so the problem with the shortcuts gesture is that it's tuned a little finely. If you are rapidly tapping X, like just constantly tapping it, like, I don't even know if the mic can pick that up, but anyway, if you're just rapidly tapping it, it is way too easy for it to still proc, because you're supposed to not be able to do it unless you're holding the button down. It's just they tuned it really precise, so it's really easy to have it, the controller consider the button, air quotes, held down. Again, let's commit to one of these. Yeah, but the side swipe can. It's like, it's fine. I can throw out the thing I'm trying to do and swing at it multiple times. I can do that because blank reason. How'd that work out for me? Am I looking at a loading screen? Yeah, I'm looking at a loading screen. I don't think that worked out for me. Alright, let's go. And see right there, it still flew off to the side because it had picked its lock-on point while I was still in motion. It's just figuring out when the actual attack locks on and then starts flying. Because until then, it's a humongous danger. But after it's in flight, it's no problem at all to avoid. Like, I just straight up run at him without any kind of iframe dodging at all. It's that easy to go around the fireballs. It's when you're up close to it, and the fireball will not go for point blank range. It's really a problem. Strong attack was a bad idea, but at least it jumped backwards. Okay, too close. I can't walk away from that. I have to hold. See, I think the mix-up that happens in, like, the pseudo phase 2 is that he'll start adding extra, like, he'll combo into combos or something like that effect. Like, that's the rough memory I have of it. No. I thought you were about to summon that extra fireball. The answer is no, you are not allowed to. You are here to give me free blood bullets, and that's it. Didn't I say that I was going to commit to not doing that and just running past him so I could get this done faster? How'd that work out for me? I am a creature of unrepentant habit. In. Buff to bait range attack, just for whatever reason, no one just range around. Aim to the right. Of course. Like, my plan to avoid whipping is to aim to the right, where I shall then whip. was hoping to give Bay down a ranged attack, and I was going to run up. The attack basically can't get this close. Just don't know if that's good enough damage to get I mean, that's about as much as 2 light attacks. I can probably get 3 each time. He flipped his hand while he was jumping in midair. Okay, that last attack was an overcommitment because I could have gotten hit by a side swipe at that point. I got stepped on. Yeah, it's all like I have such a good flow going, and then he steps on. It is such a slap in the face. Still, I am getting consistently into that flow at this point. Still died again in the fireball summon inside my spell, though. Fortunately, I don't need the third swipe with 2 hit anymore. And in a couple of seconds, that third icon will pop up in the top left corner to show that I regenerated my HP to max from having that gem in my gun. I think that's the gem you get for giving the doll... Yeah, that's the gem you get for giving the doll the hairpin, or the comb. Hair ornament. Close enough. Bloody hell. That is such a godsend gem. You stick that in your offhand weapon, and then you there's no time for a charge attack when you do a running heavy attack for a good damage up. I mean, if you're not going to do anything, it's like I'll walk away and take out the range. Ah, but I'm still in range. Most of my time when I first fought this boss, I was committed to just kind of getting out of the range of the shockwave that he makes when he slams. But I think it really is better if I just get the timing down and iframe it, because it's a pretty easy attack to iframe. I think it only has 1 hitbox. Like, his arms don't have a separate hitbox, I don't think. That's like... What I would really like is if I could get a fully charged heavy attack followed by double tap with the... Because, like, this weapon, when you fully charge its heavy attack, like most strength weapons, actually has a combo. And I bet the damage potential on that's really great. Especially if that first hit does enough to stagger him, and then I will get open foe damage on the second swing. It's just, I would have to really be confident in the amount of damage control that I'm doing to you. Like, right here, absolutely not that much. But if I'm up really close to him, when he... Come on. It always feels bad when I do that first attack. And there's open foe damage. Normally I can survive getting punched like that. It's just recovering from a roll. Yes, a roll. So I took open foe damage, and any kind of opening on my part is instant death at this HP level. Maybe I should go back to one-handed form and, like, poke it, like... It's like, there's no point in dealing damage to it. There's no point at all. It's absolutely a miserable opportunity. Until... Look at that. You see, that's how lethal having gestures on a shortcut are. Like, that, there is no way that that would not get you killed in the middle of a fight. Or even just running. And especially for a speedrunner would cost you a massive amount of time because you can't cancel the animation. They learned their lesson from it. In Dark Souls 3, all animations are 100% cancelable with a dodge. But, that's not helpful for this far. I got the ranged attack, and then I got myself running at him while he's back, forward, upswing. Dodge right. Attack. He really is prone to going to ranged attack. So yeah, there's enough time for a charge attack, but not enough for a double tap. Unless you charge attack. I'm just too short of range. No range attack? No range attack. Right. Oh! That's the punch. Dagged it. Like, I thought it was the great big sweep, so I dodged in. because it was going to come out about that time. Instead, that's the Abhorrent Beast's signature attack, or at least what I consider the Abhorrent Beast's signature attack, where he quickly leans forward and jabs at you with his right arm. And that attack was like the ultimate, like it's quite literally a slap to the face, and I had such a bad time with it when I was fighting the Abhorrent Beast, until I pulled out like the blade of first, just agile enough to start The thing I resented the most about the Abhorrent Beast is he's just small enough that you can convince yourself that he's parryable, but he's not. Like, he's 100% beast through and through. You break his parts, you don't parry him. Like, there is no reason to expect to parry a beast this size, but the Abhorrent Beast was small enough and humanoid enough that I thought, you know, maybe you can parry him. You can. This was a bad time. God dang it. He is honestly double tap. Double tap! And it staggered him. Ouch. Didn't think that was a dodge. I'm back up on the killer. I don't have time to back up because he's attacking. That combo was oh, I am stuck on a wall or a pillar. Right. Up. Heal. Forward lunge. Oh, I thought he was going in the face. No, he stepped on me. He always steps on me. It's such a slap in the face. It is literally one of the least dangerous things he could possibly do. It is this small attack. No, most people probably wouldn't even consider it an attack. It is entirely my own personal situation that turns it into his most lethal move. Because it's fast. Like, it's not meant to be dangerous. So it's just ungodly fast. But if I'm doing anything at all, the extra damage from no rally to me. Again, was I going to try and stop getting blood bullets for this? Like, I don't need them. I can stand to burn through like 400 plus silver bullets before I even have to worry. And I only use them 3 at a time for my buff. But yeah, at this point I'm committed to, if I get them down low enough, I will pull out the black sky and shoot him down. Granted, once the worm is out, that's not exactly a safe option. But you might think it is, but it's not. I resent it. There's definitely a time for this back there. I'm going to get stepped on if I can. Like, standing next to that leg is what gets me good. See, that's the forward swipe that I was expecting. Instead, I got the forward jab. I think he only uses that in the soft range. Yeah, I got stepped on. Perfect. Not enough time for a double tap. Like, if I'm not directly on top of the leg, there's time enough to get. Oh, it's tough. Big sad. Like, if I'm not directly on top of the leg, I can generally recognize when he is done with his animations, so he has an opportunity to try and make distance. Because, like, this is very much a boss that wants to keep you at mid-range, so that he can hit you with big bombs. And if you get under him, he gets angry and slings around. It's always when I'm slowed down and walking on this blood valve that gets me with the fireball in my skull. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've been at this long enough. My weapon is probably, like, even without durability curses, getting low. I'm gonna make a wager and say around about 150, maybe 180, somewhere in that window. 214, Jesus Christ. Can you tell that I've really been traumatized by having turn filters? Taken no damage at all, and there's Chester. Taken no damage at all to the weapon durability, despite all of these fights. Like, what is it? About solid 4 hours now fighting this thing. I think about an hour of that was for the side passage in the chamber. So, no, maybe about 2 solid hours of fighting him, and I still don't need to worry about going back and fixing his weapon. Side fight. He'll eventually back off. I've got great damage on his back legs now. Most of the break almost got his back again. Not gun level. Didn't slam him. Everyone died there. This is the part about the boss that, like, he'll keep walking forward for a very long time. Oh, he got me one. Like, see, he needs to be basically on top of me before he gets his attack. I deserve that. For some reason, I thought there was an opportunity for me to go for a fully charged enemy attack there. I think I thought that I was close enough to him that his last attack would go over my head. Obviously not. I am just going full greed mode at this point, trying to get in heavy charged attacks. Because I want to see if I can like consistently stagger him enough to go for double attacks. Because the extra damage from fully charged heavy attack benefiting from open door damage and stagger. Oh god. I hate those fireballs so much. Like, I respect them. It's a great weapon. It's a great attack design, but it's killed me so many times I can't help but resent them a little bit. Alright, next run, next run. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I never did check. Nah, he's all physical damage. So I don't... And Simon's armor is actually better. Even if those technically take damage, I don't have to worry about getting hit by them at all. No point in adjusting my armor. If I can consistently stack about 2,000 damage on it in a short order, it seems to stack. Ah, I got stepped on, but I'm fine. Oh, perfect. That's straight up. Brought it back over that time. I staggered him again. Back up. Back up. Get range attack. You douche. Sideswipe. 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 No sideswipe. Sideswipe. Kept on. And then he sideswipe. I'm stuck on the wall. Valley heal. See, it makes a special little switch. Oh god, the range on that! Holy shit! I'm like, why is he going for that attack? It's like, always assume that if they're going for an attack, it's because you're standing in its hitbox. Dagnabbit. It's like, that was it. That was the opportunity. I was at range, I had the bow blade out, the worm was out, I even got a shot off on it. Did about 244, which is not great damage, but still, it's low enough that it would contribute to the opportunity of having a discovery of whether or not there's a visceral opportunity in the worm. Like, completely aside from the fact, like, that attack is so telegraphed that I'm not surprised that it's a one-hit kill on me. Regardless of whether I was at full HP or not, I suspect that attack will kill me because it's pretty well telegraphed. But I've only ever seen it from up close and personal, where it basically put his left arm, well, his right arm, my left perspective, he puts his arm well off the screen, so I'm not used to seeing. I've never actually seen just how far out it reaches, and it is a very long range attack. So there is opportunity for that. So the reason why I position the way I do with that attack is that it baits him into using the absolute finisher of it, which is big time. And it gives him more opportunity when you need him to get that attack. I took her away. That was it. That was the thing I was fishing for. A stagger, staggering him with the hit and out. Got greedy for the rally, so my position was out of whack. Couldn't get way far enough in time to avoid that. Needed to back off and heal. I'm always wanting to heal with the rally instead of just putting a blood vial in me, because I am a resource-obsessed conservationist. Not so that I can actually use it effectively for any kind of min-maxing. No, I just can't bring myself to use consumables if I can help it. Nice. Off the top of my head, I think warm means that it's flat blood tinge damage. Oh no, it's scaling. Because I knew that that's like a particularly underwhelming effect to get. Range attack? Oh, come on. Oh, I went for the rally, and it worked. And it I think Trickpick has a triangle in it, doesn't it? Yeah. I do believe I've got a triangle that is a really significant Beast Hunter boost. So if I really wanted to optimize my damage, I could go along with that. So I didn't pull the HP recover or the rallying there, but if you wait for it, there it is. Gotta love that regeneration gem in your gun. Dodge do that. Oh, he went for another. He loves to do that. Yes. Moron. That's what I wanted to. solid 1,000 damage straight to the worm. Nothing. That's what I want to get from. I know what that attack does now. Fuck you. If I can bait him into regenerating that leg, that would be another great opportunity. For the upteenth, well, there's that combo attack I was talking about. For the upteenth billionth time, in my best run yet, how does it end? Got stepped on. It's like, why does he do anything else? It's like he's big enough, he could just walk around stepping on me all day long, and I would have the hardest time ever. Don't need arms, just need feet. Step on it. Still can't break the habit of getting the blood bullets until after I'm done with it. I'm like, oh wait, wasn't I going to stop doing this? That Pavlov effect kicks in as soon as the loading screen goes away. Yes! Love it. Really close. And get the knock out of it. And then win. And then win. Am I dead? Yeah. So that's the danger of it. Get out of the way of the attack. It does have a pretty good hit radius. Do it. Well, at least I didn't die. I didn't get my HP rally back, but at least I didn't die. Oh yeah, Simon's Bowblade. That run was going really well, and I'd gotten a whole bunch of really nice hits on the worm. I could have switched out to a Simon's Bowblade to try for some more precision. Then again, that transition into movesets probably would have me killed too. Damn it! Oh, I resent it every time. And that. Oh, that was about big heavy strike. I have my hand off the controller. Am I still trying to? Okay, thank God for that stagger. I'm still trying to rally. Unsurprising. Taking your eyes off the ball. It's not a good way to survive. Alright. Next run. With my new evaluated assessment of durability law. Don't do it, don't do it. With my newly evaluated summary of durability loss, I'm going to say I'm at 208, 210. Close. 202. it is so unbelievably slow compared to if you've got a minus 63 weapon durability curse in there. Unfortunately, I think that is still one of my best picks. I rolled, but because I couldn't see which way he was going, I ended up rolling in. Once again, greed for rally. Dead. Like, especially since this weapon isn't fast enough. Like, it does get a lot of rally per hit relative to dex weapons, mind you. Like, this is a dexterity weapon, and rallying is something that's mostly associated with blunt weapons or strength weapons. But they have much higher rally potential. But, like, in particular, for dex weapons, when this is in two-handed form, it does have a pretty significant amount of HP that it'll rally back for you. The compensation for that is that it swings slower. Normally, dexterity weapons, if you are going to be rallying, you're relying on some one-handed form of the weapon and just absolutely spamming out attacks. Not so much the quality of HP you get back as the quantity. And I still win. And I win. He punched in the face just because I did. I made a ranged attack out of you? I made a ranged attack out of you? Yes! That was a terrible time to try and heal. Like, he so rarely goes for that kind of common swipe, where it's just a big wide swipe in front of him. Not like, he's got a couple of swipes that he can do. He's got that one, which transitions into a combo. And then he's got this slow, like, charged attack that he'll do with his right arm. And whenever I see, like, a swipe going, I always just immediately decide that it's the heavy charge attack, just because I very rarely have to deal with combos. I'm not paying attention to the enemy I'm fighting, but I very rarely have to deal with swipes and combos because I just naturally roll into it. Or I'll roll through it, and then I'll roll through the second one, and then I'll go for an easy window of opportunity to attack him because the third one that he finishes the swipe combo with can't hit me. I think. Am I mixing those up? Yeah, it's the ground punching one that he does that ends in another swipe. Swiping is actually... Oh, yeah, I didn't need to stop and kill it if I wasn't going to make blood bullets. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, so it's the punching combo that ends in a swipe, which means that if you get through the punches, you can have a humongous window of opportunity to attack. It's the swipes that he'll end with a downwards ground slam. So why do I keep attacking honestly, I think I would have survived it. Missing a sliver of health for my blood bullets that I really didn't need to make. Like, there are so many layers of compulsion on that. Like, just places where I will make the bullets that I'm used to doing it. It's like, oh, I don't have the bullets in when I walk through the door? Make bullets. I don't have bullets when I'm standing in front of the door? Make bullets. I need to make bullets so I can go to fight the boss? Make bullets. Let's just skip. Oh, right. Homing fireball. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. So maybe not. Maybe I'll just commit to having the bullets, because, like, well, because nothing. I don't need them. I've got, like, I literally have an overflowing coffin full of Quicksilver bullets. I need to. Nice. Another range attack? Another range attack? Nope, that's good. Recovery item. If it wasn't for the amount of rain that capitalize on it, I would mind baiting more charge attacks out. man, I had a nice flow going there. Like, I would honestly commit more to trying to find an opportunity to bait a sideswipe attack out of him, and then you can just go from left to right to left to right and keep him sideswiping, and it's super effortless and easy to avoid. And there's enough time between each one that you can actually, like normally with some strategies like that, you'll probably run into a bit starting to run out of stamina. But with this particular boss, his side swipes, there's enough window of time between each of them that even if you're dodging and attacking and dodging and attacking between them, you can still find time to, you know, wait just a brief moment and regenerate some stamina. Or just not attack. And then, like, free stamina. The only reason why I don't go for it a lot harder than I do is because if your positioning is just slightly off, then he'll go for the slightly step. If it was the whip, I could probably attack them. That was right in front of my face. Like, I was backing up the entire time, and that still ended up right in front of me. Yeah, so see, that combo he generally only does twice. But after you get enough HP off of him for the worm pace, he'll actually start mixing it up. Oh, I thought he would go for a side swipe. Fine then. That's what I get for my greed. Could have backed off. Feels nice. Like getting to the boss as fast as possible. Feels nice to break old bad habits. God, back in Dark Souls 1, there wasn't such a thing as a boss run in my head. Every single enemy between me and the boss died every single time I went to the boss. That's a particular level of torture that I'd like to think about. No one for myself in my story. See, he's just the most boss you won't get hit. It's just me being aggressive position all the time that I end up getting stepped on. By default, it's being near his leg like that that I can miraculously avoided sheerly by luck. I'm always tempted to walk to avoid that attack. There are a lot of attacks that he might have that I just don't know about because I don't spend a lot of time fighting this form. I really can't tell what they are. Keep moving around. So that was him. And a lot of damage to work with those rest. Can't see him. I'm running out of bullets. I'm going up to 2 Like, see, if I just committed to doing that, dodge, attack, I would be doing a lot better, right? I really want to get the science to see if that worm can be visceral. It's just, since it doesn't have a lock-on point, it's hard to concentrate. Hit, dodge. Oh god, worm attacks! Oh, those are the... Yeah. And that's the reason you don't pay attention. Don't pay attention closely. Because the worms, ranged attacks like that, they're really, really fast. Like, I don't even think I can actually dodge if the first one gets me before the second one finishes me off. Relative to my HP bar, and the fact that I can take a hit from one of it and not die, means that the attack does relatively little damage. And if I had a decent HP bar, like most people would have, it would be a really uncommon attack. Ooh, almost put a fireball inside my skull. I don't appreciate that. Anyway, back to the boss. It's possible that, you know, because I did notice that the worm took like double damage from Black Sky Eye shot. It's possible that the worm just has more defenses and it doesn't have science. That's based solely on the fact that it has sound. And I am not used to trying to dodge backwards to avoid that attack. That's a shame. At least I didn't die to getting stepped on. I can hold my head high over that. Kind of. Alright, back at it. No, why can you do that? If your HP is full, like, if you get hit while you're blood violent, I mean, knocked out of it. If you get shot by a player, HP, you'll go into the physical attack opportunity. So why even let you have the opportunity to heal when you're at full HP? Okay, I mean, to be fair, like, maybe it's a relic that they kept, because in Dark Souls 1, it was something you could do to show that you would have an honorable duel. If you were like a Dark Wraith or something, if you would... No, you couldn't... Yeah, it was Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, then Bloodborne, I think. Because, like, Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2 were more or less developed at roughly the same time. So I can't even say that, because you couldn't heal as the last Dark Souls 1. So, like, the Estus Drain honor wouldn't have existed in time as their body. Taxing because he staggered. That it squished me because I spaced that dodge. Like, every now, like, I've had a lot of time and a lot of practice at it, so most of the time I'm fine. But every now and then when I'm directly underneath him, I'll misread the way he's moving and think that he's going for the combo where he punches the ground and then he finishes with a swipe. Instead of, it's the other combo that ends with a slam. Fireball. Right. If I'm not making blood bullets, I don't need to kill him. God, it's such an instinctive habit. Have I finally gone below 200 durability? Actually, I'm surprised. I wouldn't have thought that. I would have thought that would have been at like 195, 198. I just don't have enough durability. I'm not surprised that I have never tried to run. I'll back up and dodge the swing, or I'll go all in and try to dodge straight through his body. That's the first time I've tried to run from it. It didn't end well. Bye. Yeah, as long as I move up to the right here, it should just keep lighting with the door frame. I won't have to worry about getting a fireball in the back of the head. Trade it exploding inside my brains for exploding on the back of my skull. So instead of spreading my brains all over the place, it just spreads them forward across the path. Ah, he got me while I was still laying on the ground. So that was an example of most of the time when you land on the ground, you're face down because you got hit by something heavier than that. When you're laying flat on your ass like that, it's an indication that the game thinks you fell for some amount of distance. And it will put you into this crazy, absurdly long recovery animation where you have to slowly put your hands next to your sides, push yourself up, crawl up off the ground. If you get hit by something, that in a weird angle or on weird terrain, and the game puts you a few inches above the ground, it will try to correct itself and realize that you're in the air and that you should be falling, and then you will immediately hit the ground. You won't take any fall damage from it. It's hard to say for sure when, wow, that was... That was so much greed on my part. I deserve that death. Like, just relentlessly chasing after him to try and rally that HP back. Terrible. Anyway, so the reason why I'm not 100% certain on whether or not, even at the, like, a tiny 1 inch off the floor fall through what is basically a glitch in the system. Like, it's not... I'm hesitant to call it a glitch, because a glitch is usually something associated with, like, an error in the coding. It's more of, like, a mechanical oversight. Like, the mechanics weren't supposed to ever be put together in this way to have something like this. Like, there's no handling for it, is the thing. It's like, it's not caused by an error in the code, there's just... They didn't realize this was a thing that could happen, so it's not explicitly handled. But, the reason why I'm not sure if I take fall damage or not is because normally the thing that puts me in this situation where I have to question this thing that I think exists is I got hit by an attack on the bottom of the range, and then it thinks I'm in the sky. Well, I wasn't begging you to do it. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Let me finish the thought, and then maybe I can focus on the fight. So yeah, the Dark Beast Parl was the one where I encountered it the most, because the arena that like, there's a couple of arenas that Chalices will put you in to fight their bosses. The one I hate the most is the one I ended up fighting Lauren in twice, I think, where it has this tiny little steps, like 3-step high pyramid in the middle that just is slightly above the rest of the arena. And then towards the edge of the arena, it rises up again. So there's slopes in the middle and then all the way around the edge. And then I think the outermost part of it also has like a pit that you can fall in. That's just a bottomless pit, so you instantly die if you get knocked in there. But particularly fighting the Dark Beasts, Lauren, I had a number of times that are attacking hit me while I'm around the pyramid in the middle. beast of forward punch jab that he does that's kind of similar to what a Portent Beast does, but I didn't realize its hitbox was that wide. Holy shit. Definitely got to double dodge to the side to get out of the way of that. Unless his whole torso has a little bit of a hitbox for like a shoulder check. Although I would think that it wouldn't do as much damage as the actual attack itself. Bottom line at the end of the day is get out of the way. If you don't know the iframe timing, just get out of the way. Anyway, so Dark Beast Parl or Lauren or whatever had several attacks. If I was anywhere around those slopes, were really prone to like I would get caught on the hitbox of the actual arm of the boss and get into the air and then completely drop back down. And the game would consider that to be having like fallen down. And then I would get stuck in the big huge get up recovery. Oh, that wasn't the jab. Dagnabbit. Now I'm missing that really, like the dodge for that attack is super easy. But now I'm missing it because I keep thinking he's gonna jab at me. Dagnabbit. Anyway, but yeah, so there's like certain attacks that when you're around those slopes with the Dark Beasts, your character's hitbox will kind of get caught on the arm of the boss's hitbox, and he'll gently elevate you into the air. But the game doesn't really have like a plan for how to handle that, so it just realizes, hey, your feet aren't in contact with the ground, you should be falling. And then for like a quarter of an inch, you fall, and then you land flat on your ass. Like, it's almost like you... Like, there's a meme in my head, but I don't know how to describe it. Basically, like, your character just suddenly teleports to laying down on the ground from the standing position. It took me a while to even realize what was happening. Like, straight to the attack started hitting for a long time, and I thought it was bullshit because, you know, it's a humongous recovery animation. You get hit by it. I thought that, you know, you get hit by this attack, and you die because you can't possibly recover anything after. It took me a while to realize that it was actually just like a mechanical punch in the face. It was bad for him to step there. Right there, there's that like critical distance where you might get sideswiped and you might get and if you dodge a sideswipe, you're dodging in, you're dodging a slam, you're dodging away from you. That's how they might go through the chain of sideswipe. You should be in one of these three. Oh, I survived getting stepped on. Heal. Once my missed. Got it. Up close, you can use that That's not getting stepped on. No, I misread which combo it was. I thought he was punching. I couldn't see his arms, so I didn't realize that it's the one that ends with a slam. Bummer. That was going decently well. I've had better runs, but that was going decently well. Alright, next run. I just straight up, if I use the one-handed form, I could get more attacks in with better recovery, and I think my overall damage per second would go up. It's just, it's much harder to hit him because he's so tall from the front, which is where I'm spending most of my time. Big white sweeps in the two-handed form really cover for... Plus, I love that roll. That was dangerous. his the arm on his right and his legs. That's not ready. I can't see shit. Oh, that's not basically that. He needs a little bit more damage than phase 3. He has no head. He knows we're not going to send the leash. Charge attack that was, so I went for a general safe place right under his head. Very greedy. God, not anything else where I would have died there. Am I dead? I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm off. After that fucking shit. Damn it. I didn't know that. No, I got hit by the side swipe. That was the one thing. The one thing there that could have gotten me in that range. The one time I tried to read it as the swipe instead of the jab. Well, not the one time, but basically, dang it. Many dang it's. Getting better, though. Getting closer. Just gotta knuckle down and do it a little better. Honestly, I could really stand to just commit to killing him. Once it goes to phase 3 instead of trying to suss out whether or not enough damage on the worm will stagger him for a visceral. Hell, it would even be a discovery just to find out if you can, air quotes, break the worm part of his body like you can his arms and legs. I would consider that a sufficient discovery. It would be useful to me, but it would be technically. Do I seriously only get like 20 extra damage for having a that I wouldn't get it with the actual swing itself, but I hope that the odd extra bit at the end of it, where it's sticking up the you can do that twice. I think I put it there, but the second attack was yeah, that's the new attack or that I don't really know anything about. So. Back Do it! Do it! Seriously? Even with the head out, he can just straight up lose me? You can regenerate this boss fight. That's insane. That is legitimately insane. Oh, I did not know. He's really angry if he suddenly loses you. Just slightly too low. That was pretty good, weren't it? What? Just go for a ranged attack. I need much more aggressive. Arm out, wall there. Room is not big enough. It's pretty big. Bloodborne standard, but still not big enough. I am falling. No, I'm not killing. Oh no! Either that was the first time I've been hit by that attack with open damage, or he does a bit more when I'm in when he's in worm mode. It's probably just the first time that I've been hit by that with open O damage on myself. So yeah, I could have easily finished the boss off at any point there, but I really want to know if you do enough damage to the worm, you get a reward, a broken part, a visceral attack, either one. I mean, I don't even have my visceral damage up right now, so it's not like I profit anything from trying so desperately hard to get it out of there, but science. I love me my science. I like learning things. Obscure little bits of things that don't really benefit anyone, but it's nice to know. It's nice to know. Perfect. There's a gentle amount of satisfaction to now just running past that instead of adding extra time to every resurrection that I need to get through before I get back to the actual boss fight itself. Strange to think that I've spent most of my life not just strange. Glad that I tanked that without I hadn't tried to, like, don't get me wrong, that was luck. That attack is really oh, I got something. The charged up long swipe in front of it, not hard to dodge. It's the fact that now I'm suddenly having to read whether or not it is that attack or if it's the big heavy jab. The timing is just enough of a difference that the swipe comes out faster, so if I'm dodging the swipe, I'll dodge forward. But if it's the jab will come out about a full second later, and then smack me right in the face. So that's the you can't do that. Door frame. Ooh, that was close though. Right, next run. Chain range attacks at me, I wouldn't mind. very nice flow that I had to. Not entirely sure I was going to be able to get out of there. Almost dodged that. That was close. Killer almost got me over there. Range attack, range attack. Stepped on, dead. Thank you. And that, I was staring at my HP bar. It's like, should I top off? I should probably top off. Nah, I'll be fine. Nope, that was a mistake. Okay. At it again. I'm consistently getting to the work. Am I killing you? Oh no. I don't need to. I just did. Oh hey, well at least I got randomly rewarded for it, I guess. How's it doing? Yep, still good. It's going to continue to be good until I actually successfully beat this bastard. Because, no durability curses. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Although, to be fair, this is a 250 durability as opposed to, like, a really low durability of 140. Like, 150, I think. Kage might be lower, I don't know. Which is hilarious, I now have 150. Step on it. I waited too long. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, like a there. Wow. My greed and resentment of all the attacks I whiffed culminated in me getting, you guessed it, stepped on. Yeah. You know, a run like this could give a man trauma. It's like, might end up resenting feet for the rest of his life, you know? I've got jokes. I got jokes. It may not be good, but I got jokes. I believe I stole that turn of phrase from an old coach. Holy shit! I didn't realize the fireballs could get down here. I stopped running. Lesson learned. Successfully, given that it didn't end up killing me. Oh, really now? Huh. Based on the position where I got tagged there with the damage, I guess the entire underside of him is considered the hitbox for it, and the safe zones, air quotes, are actually just around the outer edges of his feet. So I don't think that the 1 damage clip that you can get if you're behind or and off to the side of him when he charges is actually associated with the charge attack itself. It's just, you know, his feet stepping on you again. So this entire time, I've been actually getting stepped on a lot more than I even realized, because every time I dodged the charge attack by going forward and through him, and I got hit by that 1 damage tag. That was actually him stepping on me, you know, again. Yeah. Boss got a problem. He likes stepping on me. He just doesn't know when to stop. And it is time to stop stepping on me. Heal it. Rush in to try and rally it. I don't know why he jumped back there. Something like that, when you get stuck in the pillar and you go as far back as you're expecting, it's really dangerous. Hitting his tail. I did not know he could combo that. Knew you were gonna go for that. Fucking oh, that's a new combo. I'm gonna call that the ground slap combo. He's got form out. It aggressively covers forward distance, it looks like. I can only see the first two ground slaps. But, I'm gonna have to get used to that, I guess. I was never in the proper range for him to use it while I was delicately trying to smack his worm. Maybe I should keep going for the worm, given that I put so much time and effort and practice into fighting him that way. I'm technically building on what I previously did when we had last encountered them in the fixed dungeon. You know, there's theoretically a version of this with a head. And theoretically, I've probably fought it, but it was so long ago that I don't remember squattingly about it. Yep, so he's just stepping on it. I don't need to be here. Hit me with the side swipe, put me on the floor, then walked up and stepped on me. Jesus Christ. I'm probably just suffering from paying too much attention to how often I'm getting stepped on, and he's genuinely killed me with another attack far more often, but it really feels like a deliberate insult at this point. Just slowly walked up, and it's like, step on, squish. Like, the best part about it is that stepping on the thing that he does, that's not actually an attack. That's just how he kicks the ground to throw himself backwards into a backstep. So it's actually him cowardly running away from me to get safe distance. The attack he kills me with the most is the attack he uses to run away from me. What is up with that? Coming, but it was already too late. Big ground slam. Dead. So yeah, if I wasn't committing to trying to get as many combo swings as possible in when I think I've got a window, and I really, really ground down and committed to just one swing in every window, I would be available for dodging in opportunities like that. I get stepped on. As it should be. Rally. Now there's an item that I unfortunately have never had much opportunity to use. I really like the sound that the silencing blank makes. It's very warm my ear. You know, as lethargic as this boss is, as good as I could try and kill it. Morning again. Should be going for phase 3 here. I dodged getting stepped on. No, not the stepping. Oh, I was an opportunity to heal. I walked in precisely and exactly the wrong direction. If I had walked to the right, I would have been fine. Night time. Can say that last run was the first time he had ever not so much stepped on me as landed on me. Not far enough behind him for him to land on me. That's one of our heavy attacks. It's horizontal. It's like there was so much potential damage there, just whiffing a hair's breadth in front of what I was trying to hit. Bummer. Nope, no thank you. I am glad that I had an opportunity earlier to realize that the fireballs can in fact follow me down the hallway. I am now aware that I need to listen for it coming up behind me. It really is an intimidating amount of stamina. That was janky. I dodged the wrong direction, so I landed quite on the ground. Like, just straight on, he put his fist through my skull, and then kept going until it hit the dirt. Second punch will also whip me. Then for the third attack, I'll dodge forward through it. But if the positioning is off even a little bit, my instinct to just stand still gets me smashed by that second punch. And that's a bummer, and I don't really know what to do about it because it normally works just fine. Just have to be more careful with my positioning. I'm stuck. At least I got the second. Broke his arm, and then he broke my face. make this room open? What's with the pillars? It's honestly like a big enough room, but the pillars really, really cramp my style. Particularly when they smash the camera up behind my skull like that, and I can't see me, and I can't see enough of the boss to know what he's doing. Back at it. I don't keep the pressure on and stay on top of him, if he gets the mid-range that he wants, and I'm straight out from him in the third phase, I'm in a really bad position. Because I can't stand directly in front of him like I'd like to, because I'll get hit by 4 fights. Those are unbelievably fast. And I'm pretty sure that the first one staggers me enough that I can't dodge the second one, so it's an instant death. I'm not particularly interested in testing that theory to try and disprove it, but taking it for granted. Fight! Oh, why couldn't you have gone for a second? Wanted to try something new, and I died for it. Technically wasted 3 silver bullets for it too, but I don't care about those. I should probably soon, though. I'm burning through them pretty fast at 3 a pop. Unfold my legs before I can't feel them. Resents even more when I get stepped on. Just straight from standing position, steps on me. Gosh darn it. At this point, and unfortunately you can't really check how many blood bullets and quicksilver blood bullets, how many quicksilver bullets and blood vials you have available unless you're in the dream. You're lucky enough to get by the first, and then the second one just whiffs. Based on the way that the attack comes out, I think it's possible for that to happen. But I have never seen that, because the first one hits me dead on, I'm dead. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Surprises me when he pulls it out. Oh! Well, there's a first for everything in there. That is a problem I've never encountered in my life before. Getting hit in the back by an enemy I didn't kill. Because normally I just slaughter everything between me and the boss, no matter how many times I try it. Oh well, back to it. Ah, that was going really well. It's the second time I had a super good run. Like, he always has about exactly that much HP left. Every single time that I die when I'm doing really well. I guess I just choke at that exact HP threshold. Mostly because if I have to back off to heal anytime during the worm phase, he's got that fresh combo that he can use from mid-range. I don't really know how to get him out of close distance there. Staying safe. Because the place that I would like to be is exactly where he would bite me with his worm. Which goes to show excellent design on the developer's part, because they get you comfortable with a fighting style in the first phase, and then they show you how much of a crutch you will be on when the second phase begins. Now I'm calling it on hitboxes back. Then again, I'm not sure if I got enough diagonal on my dodge forward. I might have just gone straight forward, in which case I would have been in there. Oh, would you look at that? Very rare that I see my blood echoes this close to the door. That's what I get for going for Chalice. Although, that is a significant chunk of his HP gone. So, to be fair, if I could skillfully incorporate that into my plans, I could be rewarded for it. As slow as it's going, it'll be a long time before I get to, like, it's 80, I want to say, that it threatens you with lowered weapon damage. Well, not threatens, where your weapon damage is lowered. I miss when he used to open with ranged attacks. Nice. We need to slow down. Instances like that, where I walk into the boss room and then I just immediately die, that depletes Quicksilver bullets at a rapid rate. Whereas with the free bullets, I can do that as many times as I want. I don't have to worry about the kind of resources. Now I'm just trying to mentally dodge. Stepped on it. Was that? I think the arm was bodily blocking my movement while I was quick stepping, until eventually the quick steps iframes ran out and I was still basically standing in the palm of his hand, and then I died. I don't think I could do that on purpose if my life depended on it. It's like, that's got to be some really precision movement to get something like that to happen, because you need to be perfectly centered on the attack. I am not upset. Yeah, especially considering I think I was at full HP for that, and that's an attack I would normally survive. Well, I don't know if I'd survive it very well with damage, but... committing to much more. Ooh, is that a abyssal? Is that a... Oh no, it says heavy. Abyssal is a modifier that indicates it was from the deepest depth boss. Heavy just means, I think it's a strength scaling modifier. That's a shame. It's pretty useless. Yep, strength scaling 15.8%. I guess that 16 is probably the highest you can modify strength scaling. Reduces stamina loss cost as a bonus. Unfortunately, strength is literally my lowest stat. If that had been skill... Wait, hold on. Excuse me. That's a depth 20. Or a rating 20. Boss dropped at the deepest depths. Gem. And this rating 17 gem is actually stronger than it. Is there a discrepancy in strength scaling? Like, is strength scaling lower? Because if you have a weapon that you two-hand, you get a 50% bonus, like in Dark Souls 1. Actually, I think I've seen something like this. Yeah, because look, see, this is a rating 13. This is also 3 ratings lower, and it's almost exactly the same. So unless you're getting curse boost gems, I guess it's not really worth it to farm the deepest depths boss. Having said that, there is theoretically a capacity for a dungeon to have a 4th layer, although I don't know if that's like behind an illusory wall or if it will just automatically spawn and you're made aware of it once you defeat the boss. Well, I don't see anything, so I guess this is just a generic depth 3 root chalice. Now then, I have some unfinished business out here. Ah, you didn't think I'd forget about you on my successful run, did you? Business included. Okay, so I was curious what kind of boss I would find at the bottom of the root Ihyll Chalice. And it was a boss that was in the middle of the fixed version. Hi, Bobby. What's up, Bobby girl? How is pretty now? Yeah. I know for a fact I don't have enough echoes to level up. Do I have any stacks? I do have some stacks. How much is this one? I think maybe one more of those. I might be able to level up. Must have used the wrong one. Or I only had... No, this is the one I was trying to use. I've got a lot of these. Well, that's probably more than I needed, but doesn't matter. Yep, requirement is now exactly 200,000 plus some change. Alright, how much is it going to cost to repair my stuff? Nothing. Only 814. It's super nice not having first gems in that do durability damage. And at the end of the day, I did that with an 11% penalty against beasts. Whew. Okay, so honestly, that's the last like real distraction I have. At this point, I can't really put it off. I just need to finish the game for the first time, and then on my second strength playthrough, I will go through and not consume the umbilical cord so that I can get that extra ending. I think I would then have to do a third playthrough as well, right? Because, like, even if you don't take the umbilical cords, you choose between 2 endings. Maybe I'll make my third one an arcane dedicated build. Yeah, this gate's open, so you would go within through here and talk to Cameron. I don't know if it locks you in when you walk in, though, so I'm not going that way. Not today, not today. This was good enough. I should, however, go to the shop and check my blood and bullet. Yeah, see, like, I was going hardcore ham on those bullets, and I still only spent about 100. Meanwhile, I am, as ever, desperately in need of more blood vials. I'm not even going to bother buying that bullet. It's a waste, because I'll just lose these echoes somewhere, somehow. I can't get chunk. No, 20 for one chunk, which is just ridiculous. Why is these materials so expensive? Anyway, I know how the Gehrman fight's gonna go. He's a humanoid. There's no way that you can't visceral parry and visceral him, so. I don't anticipate needing to. Oh yeah, I forgot that I got max air room. What does this thing even do? More echoes from this one. Okay. Yeah. I find it hilarious that I have the maximum rank Blood Rapture, and then I believe this is the lowest rank Blood Rapture, and nothing in between, and this is my favorite rune out of them all, for sure, because I lean on this so hard, so often. It even super capitalize on visceral damage and just absolutely ham-hand it to Gehrman. Okay. Just because I've been wearing this thing for God knows how long, might as well continue to wear it. Then we will parasite. So yeah, this is more or less all I'll need to fight Gehrman. But that'll do for today. That will do for today.